Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Harewood Hillclimb on behalf of BARC Yorkshire Centre. My name's Steve Wilkinson, I'm your commentator today, and we've just gone live as well on via the Harewood Hillclimb site. You can get a link through to the live broadcast. Batch 1 currently being called. We do have a few changes to the programme. So those of you who wish to make amendments, if you turn to page 9 of your programme, on page 9 we have several changes. Car number 65, Carl Jackson in Class 1C has withdrawn. In Class 2A, car number 76, Michael Bellaby in the Silver Striker has also withdrawn. And car number 78, John Heseltine in Class 2B with the Stratos replica, he also has withdrawn. Moving to page 10. And on page 10, in Class 3C, Stephen Darley, not in the Impreza, but he's sharing the Subaru Legacy GL with Damien Bradley, the car's owner. Moving on to page 11 in your programme, and car number 135, Stuart Dow in Class 5C has also withdrawn. And those are the only changes that have been notified. We do have in the Hillside car park today AMS UK and the Cool Camel, and they've got some absolutely cracking posters and photographs for sale, so pop along. And I noticed one very particularly good photograph of Jim Clark in a Lotus Climax at Silverstone, and I might be popping in there tonight to pick one up. So as it says on the screen, action starting shortly. I don't quite know who shortly is, but I have my ideas. And we do have the Pirelli Ferrari Hillclimb Championship here again. It's their 35th year, and Harewood is the third and fourth rounds of their championship. There are two newcomers to Harewood, Steve Thompson and Steve Nunney. And it's also their first seasons in motorsport as well. Present champion Dave Snelson is also entered today, and he's currently leading the championship. The unique scoring system is used to make it possible for cars of all ages and capacities to compete for points in the championship. And they're given a plus or minus percentage figure, and they have to get within a certain amount of time of the class record. We're starting to get a few people already signing in with comments on the online feed. Good morning from Toronto, Canada, from Motorworks Media. And they're wishing Team Tilcoolty Quarries all the best luck. So I'm sure Wallace, who was incredibly fast in practice this morning, will be appreciative of that support coming all the way from Canada. The track is still looking a little bit on the green side this morning. We had a meeting last month, and times did slowly improve throughout the day as more rubber got put down, but I think the rain last night has affected things, and there were a lot of incidents on first practice with cars slithering off. The one I spotted was Stuart Sugden in the GWR Raptor, did a very neat pirouette going into Orchards and then visited the kitty litter. Hopefully he won't be doing that I think they've got one more practice run to come today for the British Hillclimb Championship contenders. Meanwhile, we should get 3 timed runs for the Harewood competitors. Weather is set fair at the moment, although it is very, very chilly up here at the top of the hill. And we've got a view at the moment on the online feed of the S's down at the bottom. For those of you here today, if you want to get a little bit more involved in the process, as it were, if you'd like to become a marshal, all details available on page 32 of the programme. If you want to get involved as a competitor, my advice always is join your local club. And if you're local to Harewood, then that's the ideal club to be a member of, Bark Yorkshire Centre. Right, cars starting to drift down to the start area, so we're not far off the beginning of the meeting. We're currently seeing a view of Quarry Straight on the live feed, and just waiting for the laptop computer to fire up, and we'll be all ready to get the meeting underway. Currently looking down at Farmhouse Bend on the live feed. And we have the first car onto the line. And that should be Sam Denning, running in Class 1C with the Mini R53 Cooper S. And waiting patiently for the green light. And we're off and running. He's accelerating away into Clark's. Neat tidy line through there, now dropping down towards the S's. And into the first part of the S's and into Chippies. Rounding Chippies onto the run up to Country Corner, which is a blind crest. There's quite a few people out. Across the hill now to Willow. And meanwhile, down in the bottom of the S is Josh Saxton in the Westfield. Heading out of Orchard, Sam Denning into Farmhouse. past the commentary box on the way up towards the top part of the hill, Quarry Corner. Sam into and out of Quarry over the finishing line in 71.37. Picking up Josh Saxton coming out of Farmhouse Bend in the Westfield, powered by a 1.6 Ford Zetec engine. This is the second season for the Saxtons with this car. Still giving only about 125 brake. And Josh over the finishing line, 74.05. Picking up the next runner on the hill, which is number 30, Laura Houseman, in the VWO Lupo 1.4 Sport. Heading up to the top part of the hill now. She's followed on track by Steve Nicol in the Citroen Saxo. Time through for Laura Houseman, 82.08, which is a new personal best for Laura. So Steve Nicol charging into Quarry. Looking down at Orchard Bend for Andrew Jeffrey in the Austin Cooper S. Steve Nicol through the finish, 77.18. Andrew Jeffrey past the commentary box heading to the top of the hill. He's being chased by David Taylor in the Morris Cooper S. These two, I think, will be battling it out for the class win today. 81.56 for Andrew Jeffrey, so not quite as quick as he's been previously. And David Taylor, meanwhile, charging round the final corner over the finish into the lead of the class with a 71.55. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Richard Greenwood in the Renault Twingo. Richard been campaigning this car this year with 1100cc turbocharged engine. He's round and over the finish, 76.4. Into Farmhouse at the moment is the MGTF of Jeff Denton. He's heading up towards Quarry. As he charges up towards Quarry, Dave Barnforth in another MGTF is heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Jeff Denton, meanwhile, rounds Quarry. Ooh, tail got a little bit loose there as he went towards the finish. He's to the finish in 80.33. Dave Barnforth, meanwhile, en route to the top of the hill. Dave's been campaigning dozens of different cars over the years. Now been running this TF for a few years now. Settled on this, and he's through the finish, 78.38. Past the commentary box, David Bilton in the Renault Clio 197. Very tight turn up into the top part of Quarry. And over the finish, David Bilton 71.73, which is a new personal best. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Nabil Zarlan in the Seat Ibiza. Nabil on the way to Quarry. He's being followed up the hill by Nick Jaguar in a Citroen Saxo. Nabil Zarlan's time, 75.57. Jaguar in the Saxo en route to the top. He's already into Quarry. We're looking out for Mick Jones in the Vauxhall Adam S. 1364cc turbocharged engine. He's already into Farmhouse Bend. Time for Nick Jaguar, 73.38. Mike Jones up towards the top part of the hill. He's being followed by Peter Siddle out of Farmhouse in the 182 Cup. 69.01 for Mike Jones in the Vauxhall. And Peter Siddle over the finish, 67.97, new PB for Peter. James Izzard, meanwhile, rounds Farmhouse Bend in the Renault Clio Cup 172. He'll be looking to break 70 seconds to set a new PB. He's not going to do it on this run, I don't think. No, 71.64. Looking out now for David Lanfranchi in the MX-5, sharing this car with Andy Harrison. Has strong links with Harewood, of course, through his cousin Tony. David Lanfranchi heading up into Quarry. Around Quarry Corner, past the commentary box goes Charlie Deere in the Toyota Celica 190. David Lanfranchi 81.56. Charlie Deere charging up towards the top. We picked up Steve Clay coming into Farmhouse on the MX-5. Charlie Deere, meanwhile, through the finish, 70.09. Steve Clay into and out of Quarry. Over the finish, 71.17. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Luke Downey. Renault Clio 197. And, charging up into Quarry, sweeps round the corner over the finish, 68.52. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Shane Jowett in the Honda Civic Type R. Sounding very crisp as he heads up towards Quarry, into Quarry approach. Bouncing a little bit there as it swept into the corner over the finishing line, 69.07 for Shane. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Tony Pickering. Tony was somewhat sideways through Quarry on his second practice run. No such problems this time. Over the finish, 67.32. Into Farmhouse, David Marshall in the Peugeot 205 GTI. David's been campaigning Peugeot 205 GTIs for more years than either he or I would care to remember. Very swift driver, sweeping through the final corner and over the finish, 65.94. That takes him into the leading class. Heading up into Farmhouse at the moment, Dylan Flesher in the Caterham 7. And this little car runs the Suzuki GSXR engine. Dylan, very rapid tyre smoke as he goes through Quarry over the finish, 63.31, new personal best time. And looks like we've got an issue further down the course with Steve Darley in the Legacy. Going relatively slowly. So I'm just trying to pick up where, if any, he must have had a little bit of an issue coming out of Country Corner, I suspect, which I've missed. Steve Darley carrying on, and eventually over the finish, 81.18. And Josh Gretton, who was on the hill, has got red flagged. And we have a little access road that runs behind the farm building, so we'll be taking that route back to the start area. Meanwhile, sitting patiently on the start line, we have one of the dual-driven single-seaters. And that's Robin Wood in the Force PT 1070cc Suzuki GSXR engine. And Robin and his brother Anthony have been going very well with this little car here at Harewood. A little bit of sweeping going on the approach to Country Corner, so maybe Steve dropped a wheel on the grass coming into the corner. That's what he's looking like. And that would have happened just after the timing split on the approach into Country Corner. So he's looking highly competitive up to that point. So the marshals retreating to their post. They're just making sure that the force is properly lined up on the start. Now waiting for the green light. Ooh, now that was what I would call almost a false start. Robin dumped the clutch, the engine stalled. He managed to stop it before the rear wheels crossed the start line, so he gets lined up again. We'll have a second shot at getting away. Now a little bit more revs this time, and he's off the line. Charging into Clark's, through Clark's, now en route down to the S's, through the first element of the S's, now heading into Chippies, round Chippies, up towards Country Corner, into Willow now, and heading up towards Orchard, the little elbow beforehand, then into Orchard Corner, through Orchard, charging up through the farm buildings towards Farmhouse Bend. Neat and tidy run from Robin Wood in the Force PT. And sweeps round Quarry over the finish with a new personal best, 56.01. Following on behind James Harris in the 1985 Van Diemen Formula Ford. Very pretty little car. These were exceptionally successful back in the day. And this will be establishing James's personal best time for Harewood as he crosses the finishing line and stops at clock 66.41. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Paul Gumbley in the 1993 Swift Formula Ford. And Paul into Quarry already. Meanwhile into Farmhouse it's Richard Abbey in the Jamin from 1991. Time for Paul Gumbley, 71.76, which is a new PB. Richard Abbey meanwhile closing in on the run into Quarry, and over the finish 66.81. Heading up excuse me, heading up into Farmhouse at the moment, Mike Denning in the Mini Cooper. We saw Sam in the car earlier, he posted a 71.39, so can Mike better that time? on paper he should be able to, and it's a 71 seconds dead, so he's the fastest of the two Dennings. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Martin Hodgson in the Unos Roadster. That's the MX-5 to you and me, 1.6 litre. So this is one of the imported MX-5s, and Martin Hodgson followed up the hill by Josh Carr in this indecently quick Volkswagen Polo GTI. Time for Martin Hodgson 77.53, and for Josh Carr 66.64. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment on a rerun is the Talbot Sunbeam. Josh Gretton at the wheel. Josh local. And Josh over the finish 67.23. Looking out now for Simon Howarth. He's up into Orchard. We're back into Class 1C. Simon Howarth with the Mini John Cooper Works edition, 1.6 turbocharged engine. Simon Clitheroe up into Quarry already. As he charges round Quarry, we've got Terry Deer in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, all the way from Barnard Castle. Time for Simon Howarth, 69.71. Terry Deer over the finish in 66.65. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Andy Bateson in the Toyota MR2 Turbo. This is an imported car. The Turbo wasn't an option in the UK. Andy Bateson over the finish 67.47. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Kieran O'Brien, former class record holder, Class 1C. Nissan 350Z. He was again sideways at Quarry in practice. He's a little bit sideways as he went over the finish. Through the finish in 65.7. Adam O'Reilly in the Honda S2000. He was Harewood champion last year. Now he's supercharged the car so he can run in the next class up. And Adam over the finish in 62.65, a new personal best and a new class record. Our first of the day, out of Farmhouse Bend at the moment, goes Tony Booth in the Mitsubishi Evo. And Tony sweeps round Quarry over the finish in 68.82. Now I'm pretty certain that's the Evo 6, not the Evo 5 as per the entry list. Heading into and out of Farmhouse at the moment, Phil Saxton in the Westfield. The Z-Tech engine, we saw his son Josh in the car earlier. So what can Philip do? He's rounding Quarry already. And over the finish, 73.75, so he goes ahead of his son. Past the commentary box goes John Bransfield in the Sigma-powered Caterham 7 Super Sport. And John, again, quickly through the finish, 68.06. Looking out now for the next runner should be Tim Kerr. He's heading up into round, back end a little bit squiffy as he came out of Orchard. Tim Kerr now up into Farmhouse Bend. This is the Caterham 7 Super Sport with the 1.6 Rover K-Series engine, and he's seemed to fluff the gear change coming out of Farmhouse. So this may not be the quickest of his times. Eventually over the finish, 66.02. So lost all his time, I think, on the exit of Farmhouse. Daniel Hollis, another Caterham 7. This is a Sigma-powered Caterham Academy car, now with half-decent tyres on it compared to the Academy, who tend to run these very, very hard compound tyres. Daniel over the finish, 64.41, takes him into the lead of the class. Now we're looking out for Mark Leyburn. He's heading into Quarry. This is the Citroën Saxo running in Class 1A. Mark campaigned at Westfield for many, many years, then went circuit racing. He's back hill climbing the car with Steve Nicol. So time to beat in the class is David Taylor's 71.55. And Mark over the finish, 77.96. Sitting on the start line. That looks very much like an MX-5, so that'll be Andy Harrison with the 1.8 litre MX-5 that he shares with Mr. Lanfranchi, Andy Ayson. Proprietor of Ace Speed. And all the details of Ace Speed Historic Motorsport are in the advert on page 13. There's a little bit of a delay. We're going to run through the first set of time runs for the Harewood Championship contenders. Then we'll get, following on from them, the next batch of practice. Text in from Stephen Williamson. Amazing circuit surrounded by amazing countryside. Well, exactly. And the view from the top of the hill is probably one of the best views you'll ever get at a hill climb course. You can see almost the entire elements of this track laid out in front of you. And currently Andy Harrison is rounding Chippies. That's on the exit. You're passing the old start line, which was used for donkey's years. Now heading up towards Willow. The course as it stands at the moment was first used in 1992. Prior to that we had the start, as I was saying, down at the bottom of the hill. Andy Harrison meanwhile up through Quarry and over the finish in 73.6. Out of Farmhouse already, Ian Downey. Saw Luke in the car earlier. Luke's time was a 68.52 and Ian 72.13. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Richard Jones in this very pretty little Austin Healey Sebring Sprite replica, running in Class 6A. 6A is for sports and saloon cars manufactured up to and including 1972. Richard through the finish, 70.47. He's chased up the hill by the first of our single-seaters. That's Robin Johnson in the Tiger SF83. Runs a 1.6 litre Peugeot engine. And Robin over the finishing line 65.46. Into and out of Farmhouse already. We have Les Golding in the Caterham 7 with the 1.8 Rover K-Series engine. Les en route to the top of the hill, 65.54 is his time. We're now into Class 2B, which is for the over 1700cc, what they call specialist production kit replica and space frame cars, but I call them kit cars. Simon Medley into Farmhouse Bend with the Rover powered Caterham 7. Simon looking to be, according in fact, 76.65, quite a little bit away from his PB, so maybe a rotational delay I missed. The raw striker of Richard Patterson, meanwhile, over the finish, 64.07, that goes into the lead of the class. Now we've got the second of the Flesher family. This is Jonathan at the wheel. Caterham 7 with the 1 litre Suzuki GSXR engine. He's through the finish, 63.05 for Jonathan. Goes into the lead of the class. Into and out of Farmhouse at the moment. David Leach in the Lotus Elise Series 1. David unfortunately running solo in Class 2E today. And up through the finish, over the finishing line, 65.86. Jonathan North also running solo in Class 3A with the Mini Cooper. This is Mod Prod, modified production cars up to 1400 cc's. Jonathan sweeps round Quarry over the finish, 67.72. Moving on to Class 3B, Gordon Riley into Farmhouse Bend with the Toyota Starlet. Still misfiring. Tremendous problems at our last meeting. But I'm pretty certain this is going to be a new PB for Gordon with this particular car. Tracy Wise round Farmhouse. And Gordon Riley, 63.11, which is a new PB in the Toyota Starlet. Tracy Wise, meanwhile, heading up towards the final corner. Looking out for Damien Bradley. Oh, it's saying 98 on the screen. And on the scoreboard. Time for Tracy Wise, 60.56. So that's taking Tracy into the lead of Class 3B. And up over the finish. .58.62. Was that number 98 or was that 99? We've already seen Steve Darley in the car, so I'm wondering if the number hasn't been changed over. Meanwhile, heading towards Farmhouse Bend, Andrew Steele in the Westfield SE, running a pretty standard Hayabusa engine. And as he charges up towards the top part of the hill down in the S's, we have Bob Bellaby in the Silver Riot. Andrew Steele, meanwhile, up through the finish, 59.5. That's the target time for Bob Bellaby. Bob charging across towards Willow. He's got within a couple of tenths of the class record in the past with this car. So Bob into Farmhouse Bend, time to beat to take the class lead, 59.5. a little riot, charging up towards the top of the hill. Yamaha R1 engine working overtime in the back. And Bob Bellaby, ooh, clock's frozen. So we'll just have to wait for the timekeepers to sort that out. Meanwhile, sitting on the start line is the absolutely glorious Aston Martin Vantage GT4 of Peter House. That'll be the next car that we see. But at the moment, we're patiently waiting for the time for Bob Bellaby. So we've got a time for Bob, 60.55, which means that Andrew Steele leads the class by almost half a second, sorry, almost a full second. Meanwhile, heading down towards the S's goes Peter House in the Aston Martin Vantage GT4. Chippies heading up towards Country Corner. He was sprinting this car last weekend at Aintree, where he came second in the class to another Vantage GT4. So Peter House now heading into Orchard. Down at the bottom of the hill we have Rob Pallett in the Ginetta G20. Peter House meanwhile into Farmhouse Bend. Sounding magnificent as it charges up towards the top of the hill. And Peter House through the finish with a new personal best, 66.79. Rob Pallett, meanwhile, already out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. This little Ginetta G20 runs a 1.8 litre Ford Zetec engine. Rob being followed on the hill by John Prickett in the Radical PR6. Rob Pallett over the finish, 70.12, which is a new PB for Rob. John Prickett meanwhile in the Radical sweeps round Quarry and through the finish 56.62. Looking out for Rob Gretton in the Talbot Sunbeam, space frame chassis with a fiberglass body, a 1.8 turbocharged engine. So not a vast amount of Sunbeam in it, but the engine and gearbox I believe are. Rob charging up to the top of the hill, time to beat set by Josh, 67.23. He's through the finish, 66.18 into the lead, into Farmhouse. Anthony Wood, in the Little Force PT, we saw his brother Robin in a little bit earlier. Robin's time was a 56.01. Anthony up through the finish in a 56.65, which is a new personal best. Looking out now for David Tatum. Little OMS Hornet, already out of Orchard, charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. All the three cars running in Class 5A today, running the Suzuki GSXR engine. And David Tatum sweeps through the finish, over the finishing line, into the lead of the class with a 54.92. For the first the first of the remaining Formula Ford 1600s. We've already seen three, and the class currently being led by James Harris in this particular Van Diemen RF85, now being driven by Paul. Van Diemen through the canyon of farm buildings, round Farmhouse Bend. Now on the run up to Quarry. Time to beat to go into the lead of the class, 66.41. Not going to do that, but 70.89. That establishes a personal best time for Paul. Sam Gumbley, meanwhile, in the Swift from 1993 out of Farmhouse Bend. His dad Paul did a 71.76. So that's the time he's got to beat, I suppose. Sam sweeps around the final bend. 72.33 is a new PB. Past the commentary box goes Andrew Abbey in the 1991 Jamin. And Andrew over finish 66.14 goes into the lead of the class. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Rob Spedding, class record holder with the Vector TF93K. Class records of 59.8. Rob through the final corner, 62.23, goes into the lead of the class. We're now into Class 6A. Glenn Collier on the hill with the Mark III Davrian. This runs the Hillman Imp engine, just 998 cc's in this particular little car. So Glenn up into Farmhouse Bend. Glenn campaigned a Porsche 944 for many seasons. Switched over to the Davrian a couple of years back. Running in this highly competitive and entertaining Class 6A. Glenn into the final bend. He's being chased up the hill by Ian Peacock in the MG Midget. Glenn Collier's time was 75.31. Ian Peacock into the final corner. Meanwhile, Alan Scott in the Mini Gem Mark III heading up towards the Farmhouse. Ian Peacock's time 75.63, which is a new personal best for Ian. Alan Scott, meanwhile, already passing the commentary box in the Mini Gem Mark III. One of several kit cars using BMC A Series running gear. Alan Scott over the finish, 74.49. John Mackenzie in the Ford Cortina Mark 1, 1.7 litre, all the way down from Lawrence Kirk. And John sweeps through the final corner over the finish, 73.92. Les Proctor in the class-leading Austin Healey Sebring Sprite that he shares with Richard Jones. Richard leads the class at the moment with a 70.47. And Les up and round the final corner, 73.66. That takes him into second place in the class. Richard Derrick now into Farmhouse Bend with the Mini 1275 GT with the Clubman's front end. 1380 cc's in effect. Richard heading through quarry, 69.24, so goes into the lead. Thomas Robinson now at Farmhouse Bend with the TVR 1600M, 1.7 litre Ford Crossflow engine, heavily tuned. Similar car to this holds the class record. Thomas Robinson through the finish, 67.27 is a new personal best. Jim Johnson in the TR6. Past the commentary box. Jim been campaigning hill climb cars for decades now. Did have a sabbatical for some time, but back with this TR6 and over the finishing line, 69.39 to slot into third. Round Farmhouse at the moment we have Joe Mackerel in the Tiga SF93 with the 1.6 Peugeot engine. The Tiga chassis was originally a Formula Ford 2000, and Joe's time 65.38, which is a new PB and also takes the lead of the class. Heading up towards Farmhouse at the moment. The first of our Ferraris, Steve Thompson in the 488 GTB. First visit to Harewood with this car, and he's loving the place. I was chatting to him during practice, and he thinks it's absolutely fantastic, and he may well be coming back here for some Harewood meetings. 72.06 is his time, so that establishes a personal best. Into Farmhouse at the moment. Martin Jones in the 360. Oh, that sounded absolutely fantastic on the gear change. So Martin charging up towards the top of the hill. And through the finish, 80.36, quite a bit off his PB. We're looking out now for the other Harewood newcomer in this class, Steve Nunney in the 348 TS. And steady run round Farmhouse. So Steve Nunney up through the finish, 83.76. Paul Booth around Farmhouse at the moment, passing the commentary box in the 458 Spider. And he sweeps through the final corner at 75.07. Peter Rogerson rounding Farmhouse bend. 360 Modena F1, 3.5 V8 engine. And Peter Rogerson a little bit behind his PB with the 78.02. Coming out now for Mark Whibley. Mark in the 360 Spider V8. And Mark heading up to Quarry, sweeps into the corner and through the finish, 72.19. Pulling Goodwin in her Ferrari 328. Campaigning Ferraris for decades now. A little bit distracted on her first practice run because there were a whole load of skid marks at the top of the hill. In fact, you can see them on the online feed at the moment as Pauline goes over the finish. 75.73. Passing the commentary box, the second of the yellow Ferraris. This is Brian Jackson in the 308 GTB. Brian through the finish, 72.72. John Swift quickly into Farmhouse with the 355 Berlinetta. He charges up to the top of the hill. John Kennedy in the 360 Modena F1 into Farmhouse bend. Takes a very wide line. Manages to find an apex just about on the exit. John Swift's time, 76.86. John Kennedy then into Quarry. Sweeping round Quarry. Over the finish, 68.5. That takes him into the lead of the class. Into Farmhouse at the moment. Championship leader David Snelson in the 430. 68.5, the time for David to beat. And he's through the finish in 66.26. We're now into the British Hillclimb Championship practice. This is Richard Weaver in an OMS Hornet. All the way from darkest Ludlow. 62.53 for Richard, but this is only practice, so they're trying to get their eye in for tomorrow's British Hillclimb Championship meeting. Following Richard on the hill is another Richard Summers in the DJ Firehawk. Space frame chassis, Suzuki GSXR engine. Richard sweeps through the final corner with a 54.97. Another shared car coming into view at Country Corner, heading across to Willow. It's Caroline Ryder in the 1986 Formula Ford Van Diemen. Caroline running the Empire Wraith last year, sharing with her son Matt, but Matt's moved on to the Big Gould. Caroline has acquired this little Formula Ford. She's sharing with Alex Coles. Caroline over the finish 66.11. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment. Stuart Sugden in the GWR Raptor. Stuart had a moment in practice when he managed to put it into the gravel at Orchard on his first practice run. And he's followed on the hill by Adam Greenwood in the Empire Evo 3, new car for the Greenwood brothers this season. And into and out of Orchard, charging up into Farmhouse Bend. The Greenlands got into the runoff last year at Harewood with their 1100cc engined Empire, so can they go one better and both get in this year? Alan Warburton next on the hill with the Gould GR59. This is the X-Works car that Sean Gould drove, and Alan Warburton 53.25. Back to the beginning of the British Hillclimb Championship entry with Jonathan Langmead in the Lotus Elise. Jonathan managed to execute a very nifty spin at Orchard in practice. Never touched the grass or the gravel. I thought was very impressive indeed. And he's rounding Farmhouse at the moment, heading up towards the top part of the hill. And he's rounding the finish, 68.9. Into Farmhouse at the moment, James Hudson in the Volkswagen Golf, all the way from Ottery St Mary, which is just down the road from Wiscombe. James keeping it neat and tidy through Quarry over the finish, 67.29. Looking out for Robert Marwood in the Renault Clio 172. Heading up into Farmhouse Bend. Liverpool Motor Club member. And Robert into Farmhouse. And over to finish, 64.77. Moving up into Class A2 with Phil James in the Porsche Cayman. All the way from Pontypool in Wales. Phil rounds Farmhouse. Just the run up to Quarry. Hard on the brakes as he heads into Quarry. Keeps a very tight line through the last element and over the finish, 68.52. Following him on the hill, Harewood regular Peter Herbert in the Porsche 911. Farmhouse now. Uses every millimetre of track on the exit. Dab of the brakes as he goes into the final element of Quarry and over the finishing line, 68.42. Meanwhile, heading down into the S's is John Pick. Well, this is a fascinating car, the AMS Mutaya. And this runs a 2-litre turbocharged Subaru Impreza engine and running gear, so it's 4-wheel drive. A cracking piece of kit it is too. John's been campaigning this car quite some years. The car's being co-driven today by Mark Lawrence. We'll see Mark a little bit later. So John Pick, Roundhouse, charging up towards the top of the hill. Neat and tidy through Quarry and over the finish, 66.49. Heading towards Farmhouse, Robbie Birrell in the Lotus Exige V6 Cup, a 3.5-litre supercharged engine. Robbie was campaigning a Force last year, but had a nasty little incident at the end of the season. The car's not fixed, so he's back to the Lotus Exige. He's through the finish, 62.89. Now we're looking out for Eric Moray in this absolutely glorious little Hillman Imp. 1-litre turbocharged engine, which keeps it under the 1400 cc's. If you want to see an immaculate little tin top, take a look at this in the paddock. It's absolutely glorious little car. Very rapidly into Quarry and sweeps through the corner over the finish, 66.86. On the hill at the moment, heading towards Orchard, is Jeff Twemlow in the Subaru Impreza. Jeff only took up motorsport when he retired, as he wanted something to do once he'd stopped working. And I think in his first season he travelled all the way to Doon for a meeting, and you've got to remember that Jeff lives in Cornwall. So a great enthusiast for motorsport. 71.44 for Jeff. And sitting on the start line, we have Hayden Spedding in the Jaguar E-Type. This car was MIA for a season while it was rebuilt. And since it's come back, Hayden's broken 2 different class records here at Harewood. So the car in prime condition, as is Hayden, charging down into the S's. Round chippies, heading up into Country Corner. Now a across the hill to Willow. As he comes out of Willow, he's charging up now to the little left-hand elbow before Orchard. Heading through the farmhouse buildings, which is like driving through the Grand Canyon, I would imagine. It's huge. Right next to the track, Hayden Spedding now en route to the top of the hill with the E-Type. Nice tidy line through the final element of Quarry and over the finish, 67.52. On the hill at the moment, Roger Moran with the Skoda Fabia RS. Rally prepared car, left-hand drive as well. Roger, British Hillclimb champion, of course. Now gone back to his first love of rallying. 59.82, good time there for Roger. Into and out of Orchard, Jonathan Williamson in the Porsche 911 Carrera. Jonathan into Quarry as he charges through the finish. 65.54. Simon Jenks is heading up into Orchard. Simon in Caterham 7 with the 67cc Hayabusa engine, so heavily enlarged. Simon from Wrexham, tiny line through the final corner over the finish, 59.38. We'll have Bob Bellaby for competition tomorrow. On the hill at the moment, Alan MacDonald in the Mini Evo. Now, there are two parts of this car that are actually from a Mini, and they're door hinges and they're holding the boot on. The rest of it is a space frame chassis, fiberglass bodywork and Mitsubishi Evo running gear. And it's a pocket rocket. Alan MacDonald from Dalbeattie. 61.53 the time. On the hill at the moment, there should be, on the hill, it should be Bob Penrose, and it looks like it is because it's a very, very pink crash helmet. So that'll be Bob Penrose. We'll see his son Robert in the car a little bit later. So Bob up to and out of Orchard. This is a Pilbeam MP92 carbon fibre chassis running a 7.3 litre Chevrolet V8 that Steve Schmidt tuned over in America. Loads of brake horsepower, tons and tons of torque. And Bob Penrose over the finish, 67.49. Heading up into Orchard at the moment. First of our big single-seaters. This is Graham Wynn in the Gould GRW59. Runs a 4-litre Judd V8 engine. Rapid car indeed. Graham over the finish, 52.98. On the hill, we're going back to Sports Libras. And this is Simon Bainbridge in the SBR Chrono V8, 4.2 litre turbocharged engine. It's sort of roughly modelled on the Audi R8, but there's no Audi bits in it. Apart from the engine and gearbox, the rest of it is all carbon fibre through the finish, 57.53. Simon Bainbridge. Regular in the British Sprint Championship. And on the hill at the moment, heading towards Orchard, is Lynn Owen. Next of our big engined cars. This is a 2.7 litre RPE V8. The chassis is an OMS 28. Lynn shares the car with husband Steve, who is Mr. OMS. Lynn, neat tidy line through Quarry, over the finish, 59.73. And following Lynn on the hill is Sandra Tomlin in the Pilbeam MP97, 4 litre Judd V8. Farmhouse, charging up towards the top part of the hill, and over the finish, 61.5. Down in the S's we have Matt Ryder in the Gould GR59J, 4 litre Judd V8 engine, first season in the big single seaters for Matt, and he's going very well indeed. Was here at our April meeting, got FTD. And 118 indicated through the speed trap. As Matt Ryder charges up towards the top of the hill, 49.9. Meanwhile, on the hill we have Nicola Minguez in the Gould GR59B. 3.5 litre Nicholson McLaren V8. Nicola is the ladies' hill record holder here at Harewood. Into an Arctic Farmhouse. Charging up towards the top part of the hill, 108 shown as the speed through the trap. Over the finish, 54.59. Now heading towards Willow is Lindsay Summers in the DJ Firestorm, which runs a Cosworth V8. Lindsay onto a run up to Quarry. 100 mile an hour through the speed trap indicated. Lindsay through the finish, 61.12. Going back to Class I, it's Martin Turner in the Empire Evo 2. 70 Suzuki GSXR engine. Martin through the finish, 59.76. Just a reminder, this is practice for the British Hillclimb Championship contenders. Out of Farmhouse Bend, there goes Nigel Pitt. The OMS 3000M, new car this year for Nigel. Nigel through the finish, 59.7. Sitting patiently on the line is Gavin Mclaren in the OMS 2000M. Glenn Shaw's just posted, gutted I can't be there, but cheering on 1C. Well done, Adam Riley, on a new class record. That will be through gritted teeth, I have no doubt. Glenn unfortunately had a little bit of a rotational delay at Aintree, which involved a run along the crash barriers with the back quarter of the car, which has bent the floor, so that's why he's a non-starter this weekend. He would have been here but for that. Right, well, on the live feed from down at the start, Tom News wandering around, wondering what's going on. And I'm sat up here in the commentary box wondering exactly the same thing. Anyway, they're realigning Gavin Mclaren, so which always indicates that we're about to get back underway. So Gavin, who's been patiently waiting with the OMS 2000M. Oh. Gavin away from the start line. Into Clark's, now charging down the hill into the S's. Through the S's, rounding chippies, up into Country Corner, across the hill now into Willow, through the little kink before Orchard, round Willow and heading towards Farmhouse Bend. 2000M OMS space frame chassis with the ubiquitous Suzuki GSXR in the back. And Gavin up through the finish, 65.28. Heading towards Orchard at the moment, Tom Weaver. Tom had a fantastic season in Formula Ford 1600s last year, now acquired this little OMS Hornet, which he shares with his father Richard, who we'll see in it a little bit later. They're going very well with this new for them car this year. Tom already into an outer quarry, over the finish, 57.54. On the hill, 116, Richard Walker. The OMS CF04 carbon fibre tub, which I think CF04 indicates it was 2004 when this was built. And Richard charging up towards the top of the hill. Again, Suzuki powered. Over the finishing line, 59.96. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment, Debbie Summers with the DJ Firehawk. This is the space frame chassis. DJ only built one Firehawk with the space frame chassis. Debbie gets this over the finish, 57.55. Now into Formula Ford's Alex Coles, who shares this car with Caroline Ryder. It's the 1986 Van Diemen. Alex charging up towards the top of the hill. And through the finish, 63.69. away from the start. In fact, they've already got up at Country and out of Willow, David Finlay in the 1986 Reynard. David had a sat-nav failure at Prescott. You may well have seen that on the live feed. The car fully fixed now, and David, I think this is his first season in single-seaters. He's usually been in a tin top. David, as you would expect, experienced driver, nice, neat and tidy line, 67.36. Heading out of Farmhouse already, Sarah Bosworth, the Demon Barber of Sheffield. And as she heads towards the top of the hill, we've got Simon Mckay in the GWR Raptor 2. It's the first time he's been to Harewood, only a third event. Through the finish, he's followed by the one of the original Raptors, Les Much. Neat and tidy through the final corner for Les Much, over the finish in 54.28. And now for Darren Gumbley, and he's having issues again, going relatively slowly into Farmhouse Bend, and problems on his, that is sounding as rough as old boots. He went very quickly on his first practice run, now it's having issues. He's being followed on the hill by Rob Capper in the Empire Wraith. Rob Capper very quickly through Quarry over the finish, 56.18. Yeah, now for big twitch there for the Greenan. Andy at the wheel of the Empire Evo. Great big huge twitch coming out of Farmhouse Bend. He did that in practice as well and dropped a wheel on the grass. So little bit loose on acceleration. He's through the finish, 52.54. On the hill at the moment, heading towards Farmhouse, David Warburton, running number 9, as he finished 9th in the British Championship last season. 1.6 litre Hayabusa powered Gould, GR59 over the finish, 51.41. Replaying Andy's moment coming out of Farmhouse on the live feed. Meanwhile, down in the S's, it's back to Sports Libra and Robert Penrose with the Pilbeam MP92. This is Bob's son at the wheel. This is the Pilbeam MP92 with the 7.3 litre Chevrolet V8 in the back. It's rumbling its way to the top of the hill. Sweeping through Quarry over the finish, 70.97. We now have another dual-driven car. This is Mark Lawrence with the AMS Mutaya. Mark ran the car sharing with the owner John Pick at Prescott, and also did the Isle of Man long weekend. So his third series of events in the car, 70.59 for Mark Lawrence. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Laura Wardle, the Porsche 911 Carrera. Laura already heading up into Quarry. And over the finish, 71.25. En route to Farmhouse. Andrew Colbor with the Van Diemen, the RF02 FX. Runs a 2-litre Z-Tech engine. Tidy and through the finish, 62.97. Now en route to Farmhouse, Ian Tucker in the OMS 28. This has a stretched Hayabusa engine, 1670cc, which is enough to take it into the over 1600 up to 2-litre class. He should have finished 62.06. En route to Farmhouse, Jonathan Varley in the GWR Predator. This runs one of the TKD V8s, comprising of the top half of 2 Yamaha R1 engines. Very quick car, 52.99 for Jonathan. Heading to Farmhouse at the moment, Lee Griffiths in another of the OMS 28s. This has a slightly smaller engine, 1660 cc's, but nevertheless running in that 1600 to 2-litre class. Lee, very quick through the finish, 51.8. Oh, stand back everybody. Einan Price is on the hill. The Welsh Wizard, ex-rally driver with the Force TA, now with a 1720cc Hayabusa engine. Einan into and out to Quarry, 52.47. And heading up towards Orchard at present, Ben Stevenson in the Empire Evo 2. This runs a 1.3-litre supercharged Hayabusa engine. And Ben, the only runner in Class K2 this weekend, unfortunately. 54.44 for Ben Stevenson. Jack Cottrell heading into Farmhouse with the Dallara. Cosworth V8 engine installed in the back. Jack very quickly through the final corner, 53.07. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Stephen Owen, the Works OMS 28 with the 2.7-litre RPE V8. Stephen through the finish, 53.37. Following in his wheel tracks, Oliver Tomlin in the Pilbeam MP97. Into and out of Orchard, on the charge now into Farmhouse Bend. 4-litre Judd V8 Oliver over the finish line, 53.86. Will Hall into and out of Willow. Gould at GR59J with the 4 litre jump V8. This is the latest offering from Gould's. This is the car that Sean drove last year, now being run by Matthew Ryder and Will Hall. Will up through the finish, 50.43. On the hill, Dave Uren in the Gould GR55B. Nicholson McLaren V8, 3.5 litres. Heading up through the farm buildings. Out of Farmhouse. Charging up towards the top part of the hill. 25 indicated with a speed trap. And Dave Uren through the finish, 50.25. He's followed on the hill by Trevor Willis in another of the OMS 28s. Like the works car, this has, and Trevor's arrived backwards and gone across the grass, lost the nose cone, so that'll be a halt to proceedings. And I think that's the nose cone lying in the middle of the track, down at the elbow. So it looks like he's had an issue back there. I didn't quite catch that. Hopefully on the online feed we'll get a replay, and here it comes. So he's, it's picked him up a bit late, but he's come to a halt. As I say, half on the track, half on the grass. But Trevor looking perfectly okay. We just had another replay of it. I wonder if Rich Danby could just replay that a third time, and we can see what's if we can pick it up. Here we go again on the replay. Right, we've got him coming out of Willow, coming up, and he loses it. Oh, I see where he lost it. He lost it coming into the little elbow, brushed the hedge on the left-hand side, which is what detached the nose cone, and then came to a halt. Now, as with all these incidents, the rescue people have asked Trevor to come to their unit to be checked out. In Trevor's case, it'll be a check-up from the neck up. And one of the marshals already bringing the detached nose cone back towards the car. We've got the flatbed coming in to pick the car up. I think they must have ascertained that it wasn't going to be towable for some reason, so hopefully we'll get that car fixed. Joe Bateson's just texted in, "Come on Dad, watching live from Portsmouth." To be a top-level hill climb, would you agree that there must be hard braking and acceleration zones, some sharp and technical turns? Well, quite a lot of people reckon that Harewood is probably the most technical of the English hill climbs, and we've got all of those things. So yes, I would agree with influential gurning, although I'm not in favour of that as a pastime. Yes, it's looking like on the OMS, the left front wheel is out of alignment, so that would be when he brushed the hedge. And JSR said broken tie rod as well by the look of it. I think you're right there. That left is not only pointing away from the direction the car's pointed, but it's also the bottom part of it seems to have be further away from the chassis than the top. So I think you're right, broken tie rod and maybe a cracked suspension arm. They are designed to break these suspension units, and the whole idea is the suspension unit breaks and it doesn't damage the tub. So hopefully, if bits are available, and I'm sure OMS have got a whole shed load of them in York, then Trevor's car should be fixed in time for tomorrow. Speaking of which, here comes Trevor trudging back to the scene of the incident. Quick chat with Tim Wilson, the championship coordinator. Cliff Field has just texted in, I'm presuming that practice run cannot count for records. You are correct, Cliff. You can't set a PB or a class record in practice. It looks like what they're going to do is park the OMS in a safe place, so they don't have to waste any time on the recovery. Huge shout out to Team Legacy UK, Damien and Stephen from XL Motorsport, watching as we build our car up. Well, hopefully you'll have it here in July when we've got the British Hillclimb Championship back again. That'll be interesting. So the OMS has been parked. Ultimate Shine Car Dealing have texted in, come on Team TQ, keep up the good results. Well, Wallace's pace in practice indicates that he's right on the game. Going very, very quickly in practice. Only a few hundredths away from the I think it was the outright record, if memory serves me right. Chief Marshal and a couple of other guys are down where Trevor brushed the hedge to have a quick look. I can remember when that, for those people on the online feed, you'll see that there's gravel on the outside of the corner at Orchard. Well, that used to be quite a steep gravel bank running all the way from where you can see the gravel on the outside. It was a bank all the way along, and I can remember an MG Metro at a club meeting had a similar sort of incident to Trevor's and actually went behind the bank. So the gravel didn't slow him down one jot. Oh, and what's Trevor doing? He's trying to catch a lift to the top of the hill, I have no doubt. Good chance of a lift, Gov. Trevor climbs aboard the snatch recovery car, the 4x4, and he'll be taken up to the top of the hill. Oh, here we go, we're getting another replay. Here he comes charging up towards the corner, loses it, brushes the hedge, which wipes out the nose, backwards onto the grass, takes a thwacker post with him, and comes to a halt. Oh, now that looks even worse, that front end, when he's actually coming to a halt. So there's definitely tie rod is broken and bottom suspension link, I would imagine. So there's a fair bit of damage there, but they're all replaceable. And I'm pretty certain that if Steve Owen hasn't got the parts with him today, he'll be able to bring them from York and get the car fixed for tomorrow. Meanwhile, the marshals have conglomerated around the point where he struck the hedge, so they're having a little bit of a think about how they fix that. So we've still got a fair few cars to see. Alex Summers is sitting patiently on the start line. In fact, the car's sitting patiently on the start line. Alex has meandered off. It looks like the marshals are starting to make their way back to their post. Oh no, it was just the guys with the truck that were moving back. So people are actually starting to move back to their marshalling posts. So I would imagine about 2 or 3 minutes and we may well be back underway. Alex Summers returning to the DJ on the start line. So I'm pretty certain one of the start line marshals will help him with the straps. Looks like Mr. Cottrell coming over to lend assistance. Cliff Field has asked, are the single-seaters using tyre warmers? No, tyre warmers were outlawed several seasons ago. They do run super soft compounds, but no tyre warmers allowed. It's interesting that many Formula cars run a scene that is unlikely in Japan. That's from Satoshi Kusama. Not sure whereabouts in the land of the rising sun he is, but nice to see that our live feed is getting all round the world. We had a tweet in from Canada earlier, and we've now got one from Japan. So Alex Summers is in the car, it's all lined up, we're just waiting for the green light. So a reminder again, this is still practice for the British Hillclimb Championship contenders. Some of the competitors running in the Harewood meeting that's also on today will be in the British Hillclimb Championship meeting tomorrow, so they don't get extra practice runs. Timed runs today is deemed to be practice for tomorrow's event. So Alex engaging in conversation with the start line crew. They're just staging the car on the start line, getting it lined up with the infrared beam. Everything ready. Alex away. Car judders off the line, charges into Clark's, clips the curb on the inside, down towards the S's, sweeping through the various elements of the S's, now into Chippies. Powering out of Chippies up to Country Corner, hard on the brakes, down a couple of gears, across towards Willow, through Willow, now comes into view from Orchard, through the elbow, into Orchard itself, across towards Farmhouse, sweeps through Farmhouse Bend, powers his way up the straight, 125 indicated through the speed trap, he's round Quarry and over the finish, 48.62. On the start line, car number 1, Wallace Mingy's current British Hillclimb champion with the Google GR59, 3.3 litre Cosworth V8 in the back, already down into the S's. Round Chippies, over towards Willow, into out of Orchard, through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend, powering his way up the straight, 125 again indicated through the speed trap, very, very quick through Quarry and over the finishing line, 48.17, just 3/10 away from the hill record. So a great run there from Wallace, and going very slowly at the bottom of the hill is Scott Moran. And it looks like the fire's gone out. Or has it gone into limp home mode? Scott Moran going very, very slowly. It's almost, but not quite, ground to a halt. It looks like he has ground to a halt now at between Willow and Orchard. And one of the snatch recovery vehicles is going to have to chime to the top of the hill. Whatever happened with the Gould happened after the split going down into the S's, because he was up on the pace at that point, and then it all sort of went quiet at the business end. So the marshal's in attendance. And we've got a course car coming up the hill at the moment. So the snatch recovery car has hooked up a tow rope to Scott's Gould, and that's being taken to the top of the hill. Fingers crossed it's not a serious problem for Scott. Right, well, back on the start line, we have the first of our Harewood Championship runners about to commence our second set of timed runs for the Harewood Championship competition taking place today. So, first car on the line, Sam Denning in the Mini R53 Cooper S, 71.37 on his first run. He'll be looking to get into the 72nd bracket at least. So Sam patiently waiting for the green light. Away. So Sam Denning into Clark's, through Clark's corner, dropping down hill to the S's. Winding his way through the S's into Chippies, past the old start line, heading up into the outer country corner as he heads across to Willow. Joshua Saxton in the Westfield is underway. Sam Denning into and out of Orchard. Heading up through the farm buildings. Rounding Farmhouse Bend. Josh Saxton meanwhile into Willow. Sam Denning en route to the top part of the hill. Bobbling as he goes into Quarry. Sweep through Quarry Corner, over the finish, slightly slower than before, 71.45. Josh Saxton into Farmhouse Bend with the Zetec powered Westfield. 74.05 on his first run. 66 indicated to the speed trap. Joshua over the finish, 73.96, handy improvement, but not quite as quick as his dad was in the car. Meanwhile, into Farmhouse Bend is Laura Houseman in the VW Lupo 1.4 Sport. Laura set a new personal best on her first timed run. Sweeping through the final corner, looks like it's going to be an improvement. It is to 80.35. So that becomes Laura's new PB. Out of Farmhouse Bend at the moment, Steve Nicol in the Citroen Saxo. This is the little 1400cc Saxo. Clips the grass as he goes through the first element of Quarry. Bobbles the rear wheel off the ground and through the finish, 78.44, slightly slower than he was earlier. Andrew Jeffrey already out of Farmhouse Bend with the Austin Cooper S. It's a fair bit off his PB on the first run. He's being followed by David Taylor in the Morris Cooper S. BMC Badge Engineering at work. Time for number 32, Andrew Jeffrey, 81.49, so it is a fractional improvement for Andrew. David Taylor, meanwhile, already up into Quarry. He's through the finish line. He improves to 70.73 and extends his lead. Heading into Farmhouse currently, we have Richard Greenwood in the Twingo. Richard's first run time 76.4, so about 1.3 off his PB. So Richard Greenwood, very neat and tidy, pops a wheel up as he hit the curb on the inside at Quarry. 76.67, no improvement unfortunately. Looking out now for the first of the MGTFs. This is Jeff Denton. Jeff's first run was an 80.33. He's already into Farmhouse Bend. As he exits Farmhouse Bend, out of Country Corner goes David Barnforth in the second of the MGTFs. Jeff Denton, meanwhile, heading up into Quarry Corner. And going to be a little bit slower than he was earlier with an 81.49. Dave Barnforth, meanwhile, passing between the farm buildings, rounding Farmhouse Bend. The 78.38 on his first ascent. And over the finish, 77.27. Nice improvement. Rounding Farmhouse in the moment, David Bilton in the Renault Clio 197. Set a new PB on his first run. So he'll be looking to make inroads into that time. And 71.71 is 200ths quicker. So yes, a new PB, just. Into and out of Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. The Seat Ibiza of Nabil Zarlan. 1.4 turbocharged engine. Was in the mid-75s on his first run. Needs to get down to the 73s to improve on his personal best. And Nabil over the finish, 75.34. It is an improvement over his first run time. Nick Jaguar, meanwhile, in the Saxo VTS, is round Farmhouse Bend. 73.33 on his first run. What can Nick do this time? 73.27. So again, fractionally quicker. Looking out now for the Vauxhall Adam S of Mike Jones. Just failed to beat the 79-second barrier on his first run. So he'll be looking to get closer to his PB as he heads up to the top of the hill. Peter Siddle is chasing him in a Clio 182. 77.52 for Mike Jones is a new personal best by over a second. So a great second run there from Mike Jones. Peter Siddle, meanwhile, already charging into Quarry. Little Renault bobbling as it went through the corner. 67.82. And that's an improvement and a new PB for Peter Siddle. James Izzard now in the Renault Clio Cup 172 into and out of Farmhouse. Mid 71 second run on his first attempt. Needs to be in the low 70s, it's not going to be. In fact, it's a 72.15, no improvement for James Izzard. David Lanfranchi now heading towards Farmhouse in the MX-5. A mid 81 on his first run. On to the run up to Quarry. And he's pursued by Charlie Deere in the Toyota Celica. David Lanfranchi through the finish. 79.11. It is an improvement, but still a fair way from his PB. Charlie Deere, meanwhile, little dab of the brakes as he goes through Quarry. And he's over the finish, 69.17, so that is an improved time for Charlie. Steve Clay, one of the new MX-5s with a 2-litre engine, past the commentary box. A low 71 second run on his first. What can you do second time up? Very good run through Quarry, and over the finish 70.22, so a handy improvement for Steve Clay. Luke Downey into Farmhouse with the Renault Clio 197. A mid 68 on his first run. So what can Steve do? Sorry, what can Luke do on this particular charge up the hill? At 68.19. It is an improvement by 0.3 of a second. Into Farmhouse, it's Shane Jowett in the Honda Civic Type R. A low 69 on his first run. Quite a bit off his PB. And on this ascent, it's an improvement to 67.98 for Shane Jowett. Tony Pickering in the Clio 182. 67.32 on his first run to be in second place in the class. Still holds that position. And he's through the finish. Fractionally slower, 67.34, 200 slower in fact. And we're looking out for David Marshall. He's only just started. He's dropping down into the S's in the Peugeot 205 GTI. David leading the class with a 65.94, just 0.3 away from his PB. Very good run first time up for David Marshall. Can he improve on 65.94? Can he get close to his PB? Up into and out of Orchard, heading through the farm buildings Ran a bit wide on the exit though of Orchard, now into Farmhouse. Takes the very wide line with a late apex, trying to carry as much speed as possible onto the straight. Charging up towards Quarry at the moment. Into Quarry corner, through the corner and over the finish, 66.4. So fractionally slower than he was on his first timed run. On the start line at the moment, we have the Caterham 7. I'm assuming that must be 786 Dylan Flesher. This is the little Suzuki GSXR powered Caterham. It is Dylan at the wheel through Clark's already, dropping down into the S's. Rounding chippies. Up into Country Corner. Across the hill to Willow. Into Orchard. Dylan's first run time was a new PB, 63.31. So he'll be looking to improve on that. Being pursued up the hill by Steve Darley. 63.5 for Dylan, so no improvement. There's a chirruping Subaru Legacy heading towards Farmhouse Bend. Steve Darley at the wheel. Had a problem on his first run. Did get a time of 81.18, but this I think was going to be incredibly quicker. It's a 56.82. 56.82 is a new class record. And the class record was held by his co-driver Damien Bradley. And Steve sharing Damien's car. Oops. So on the start line, getting lined up, is the Talbot Sunbeam. This has got to be, yes it is, Josh Gretton at the wheel. We're seeing all sorts of replays on the live feed. We're back live again with Josh Gretton dropping down towards the S's in the space frame Talbot Sunbeam, 1.8 litre turbocharged engine. Winding his way through the S's, rounding chippies. Little lock up going into Country Corner. Josh Gretton now on the run up towards Orchard. Out of Orchard, now on the run through the farm buildings. Into Farmhouse Bend, again a little lock-up going into the corner. Front wheel seems to be locking up as he gets on the brakes. So Josh on the run up towards the top of the hill, bobbling his way into Quarry, round the corner, over the finish, 66.27 for Josh Gretton. Great improvement, new personal best. The start line and away, a little bit hesitantly though, is the Force PT. And that was Robin Wood at the wheel. Oh sorry, it is Robin Wood at the wheel. Did a 56.01 on his first run to set a new personal best, but lost a couple of tenths I would have thought with that hesitant start. He's already heading his way through Willow up towards Orchard. Through Orchard, now the run towards Farmhouse, through Farmhouse Bend. top of the hill, 56.01 on his first run, 50, oops, he's spun to a halt. And he's at 90 degrees to the direction of the traffic, so there'll be red flags on the bottom part of the hill. We're going to see a replay now on that. He came in very steep. Oh, and he lost it halfway through the corner, just as he came into view of the second camera up at Quarry. So I think it was a matter of maybe going a little bit too quickly, and a little dab of the brakes at that point unsettled the car, and he spun to a halt. So that'll be a failed run for Robin Wood. And there'll be a short delay while that car is recovered. Meanwhile, heading towards the top of the hill, and he'll get a rerun is James Harris in the RF85 Van Diemen. He was red flagged after passing the midpoint of the hill, so he's beyond that access road behind the farm buildings. We've got a replay showing, oh, he's up on two wheels. Yes, there we go. Magic there from Steve Darley. It's great when you're sharing someone else's car.
All drivers of cars in batch 3 getting in their cars to be ready when the paddock marshals call them forward, please. That's class 6A, shared car 856, 6C, shared car 862, class 2B, 78, 79, 83 and 84, class 2D, 86, class 2E, 88, class 3A, 90,
and we just got a text in, just stumbled across this stream. Used to come here a lot in the 80s and 90s from Rich H. I wonder if that was competing or spectating. Cliff Field again, have learnt a heck of a lot watching these streams. Thank you so much to the production team for doing a great job. Well, I have to agree with that. It's superb to have the screen in the commentary box. I can see quite a few bits of the track which, unfortunately, due to the growing vegetation, have disappeared over the years. And it's great now to be able to see the entrance to the S's, the approach to Orchard, and more importantly, that final bend. So we're having to have a tow for the force that spun at Quarry. Can't get the car restarted, and I think because of its location, it's quite a little steep uphill run to get it onto the flat towards the finish. So the marshals decided to get it towed. It also means that being towed, the marshals don't have to keep pushing it all the way back to the paddock. So it does save time in the long run. Meanwhile, sitting patiently down at the start line, Richard Abbey in the Jamin M91 Formula Ford. He'll be the next car that we see. The other two shared Formula Ford cars, James Harris and Paul Gumbly, we'll see a little bit later. They were red flagged on the hill, so they've got to make their way back to the start area. Oh. It's a weird hand signal from the start line marshals. And again, I think it means he needs a tow. Either that or it's jazz hands, one or the other. I can't make my mind up. Oh, red flags are coming in now on the hill, so we're not going to be too far away from the restart. So the Jamin has been restarted. The car is lined up, it's got the green light, I think. So it's just a question of building the revs up. And we're back underway. Richard Abbey in the Jamin M91, Formula Ford through Clark's, dropping down into the S's. Through the S's, rounding chippies, heading into Country Corner. Now across the hill to Willow. Run up to Orchard through that little elbow. Out of Orchard now, en route to Farmhouse Bend. Richard Abbey did a 66.81 on his first run to be half a second shy of his PB. Can he make inroads into that time? Just Quarry to negotiate, sweeps through Quarry Corner, over the finish, slightly slower, 67.47. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment. We're back with the Dennings, it's Mike at the wheel. Mike's first run was a 71 second dead. So he was about 7/10 away from his PB. Mike into and round Quarry, over the finish, and slightly slower, 72.89. Martin Hodgson in the Unos Roadster, the MX-5 import, 77.53 on his first run. He's already passed the commentary box, heading towards the top of the hill as Josh Carr in the indecently quick Volkswagen Polo GTI heads round Farmhouse. Martin Hodgson, meanwhile, over the finish line, 76.93. Nice improvement over his first run time. Josh Carr, meanwhile, onto two wheels again as he goes over the finish line, 65.65. Improves over his first run time. Rounding Farmhouse at the moment, Simon Howarth in the Mini John Cooper Works, 1.6 turbo. Already into Farmhouse as he negotiates Quarry. Terry Deere heads towards Farmhouse Bend. Simon Howarth, 69.48, sorry, 69.48, so it is an improvement. Terry Deere, meanwhile, in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, charging into Quarry through the finish line, 66.96, not quite as quick as he was on his first run. Andy Bateson in the turbocharged MR2, a mid-67 on his first run. Needs to get into the 66s to move up the order. And he's over the finishing line, 67.71, slightly slower than he was on his first timed run. Looking out now for Kieran O'Brien, former class record holder with his 350Z. Currently in second place in the class with a 65.7. He's being pursued up the hill by Adam Riley. And Kieran O'Brien over the finish, 64.93, nice improvement, but remains in second place. Adam Riley past the commentary box en route to the top of the hill, set a new class record, 62.65 on his first run. Oh, and he holds a lovely slide. He's been practicing drifting, 63.1. And 63.1 equals the old class record, but it's no improvement over his first run time. Tony Booth into Farmhouse Bend with the Mitsubishi Evo. I think this is the Evo 6. Did a 68.82 on his first run. Heading up towards the top of the hill, popping and banging as it goes, and over the finish, 65.52. Good improvement for Tony Booth. Heading into Farmhouse Bend at the moment is the little Formula Ford, and this is Paul Gumbley in the on the Swift SC93, sweeping through the final corner and over the finish line, 71.76, exactly the same time as he set on his first run. We now move back to the normal running order. This is Philip Saxton coming out of Farmhouse Bend in the Westfield SEW Z-Tech. Phil with the Z-Tech power under his right boot, 73.75 on the first run, 72.7 on his second, and the improvement of over a second. John Bransfield chasing him up the hill in the Sigma powered Super Sports Caterham. John rounding Farmhouse Bend over the finish. 66.84 is a new PB for John Bransfield. Tim Kerr already out of Farmhouse Bend, charging towards the top of the hill, did a 66.02 on his first run. He'll be looking to be in the 65s. It's a 64.82, handy improvement for Tim Kerr. Daniel Hollis heading towards Farmhouse. This is an ex-Caterham Academy car running the 1.6 Sigma engine. 64.41, still leads the class from his first timed run. What can Daniel do now? Can he improve, get closer to his PB? He's over the finishing line in 64.84, slightly slower than earlier, but still leads the class. Back to Class 1A with Mark Laybourne in the Citroen Saxo. Mark's first run time, 77.96. He'll be looking to get into possibly the low 77s on this ascent. Just 1398 cc's in this particular model of Saxo. And he's into into Quarry over the finish, 77.86, so a tenth quicker. Hot on his heels, Andy Harrison in the MX-5. Andy's first run, a 73.6. So he's got the wing mirrors turned back to reduce the drag, hops over the curb, over the finish. And Andy Harrison's time, 73.47, which is an improvement. Past the commentary box goes 7.48 Ian Downey in the Clio 197. A low 72 second run on his first ascent, and it's slightly slower, 72.16. Past the commentary box again, we've got a rerun. This is the Formula Ford of James Harris on his rerun, and he's gone through the finish, 64.73, which is a new personal best for James. On the hill at the moment, Richard Jones. This is the first of the runners in Class 6A. Little Austin Huey Sebring Sprite. Mid 70 seconds on his first run, needs to get down into the 69s, or at least a high 68. He's followed on the hill by Robin Johnson in the Tiga SF83, 71.92 for Richard Jones, no improvement. Robin Johnson in the little 1983 Formula 4 2000 Tiga with the 1.6 Peugeot engine. Over the finish, 63.36 for Robin is a new personal best. Still a way off the class record though. Passing the commentary box at the moment, number 79, Les Golding. in the Caterham 7. 65.54 on his first run. He sweeps through Quarry and over the finish. Slightly slower, 65.67. Simon Medley, meanwhile, out of Farmhouse with the Rover-powered 7. 1.8 litre. Neat and tidy through the top part of the hill, through the finish. 63.91, that's a handy improvement. He had issues on his first run. Richard Patterson, meanwhile, who's now been pushed down into second place, led the class with a 64.07. Needs to beat a 63.91 to go back into the lead, and he's not going to do it. In fact, it's slower than he was earlier with a 64.33. Back down the hill, Jonathan Flesher in the Caterham 7 with the Suzuki GSXR 1 litre engine. Is into and out of Orchard. Charging through the farm buildings, rounding Farmhouse Bend. 63.05 on his first run for Jonathan, leads the class still. Very quick approach into Quarry, through the finish. 62.69, extends his lead in the class, gets to within 0.2 of a second of his PB. David Leach past the commentary box in the Lotus Elise S1, running solo today in the class, which usually means you're not quite as quick as you've nobody pushing you. 65.61 is an improvement over his first run time. Jonathan North also running solo in Class 3A for the Mod Prods up to 1400 cc's with a little Mini Cooper. 67.72 on his first run. A little bit of a puff of smoke as he went round the finish. 66.73, so it improves. Gordon Riley set a new PB with this car on his first run with a 63.11. Lying in second place at the moment behind the Lotus Elise. And he's over the finish, 62.79 for another PB. Tracy Wise, meanwhile, rounding Farmhouse Bend, leading the class with the Lotus Elise Series 1. That's Class 3B for Mod Prods. 60.56 was her time on the first run. She's being followed by Damien Bradley. 61.08 for Tracy, no improvement over that first run time. We've now got Damien Bradley charging up the hill. His class record has been overturned. 56.82 by Steve Darley in this car earlier. What can Damien do? He did a 58.62 on his first run. I think it's time to extractum digitum. Damien Bradley charging towards the top, over the finish in 57.35. 57.35 is inside his old record. It is an improvement, but he remains in second place. Heading up into Orchard at the moment, Andrew Steele in the Westfield SE, running a 1.4 litre Busa. Leading Class 3F for the 59.5. Could do with finding a little bit more time. 59.54, fractionally slower than he was earlier. Has that left the door open for Bob Bellaby in the Silver Riot? He's into Farmhouse. Little 1 litre Yamaha R1, mounted transversely behind the driver. Bob's first run was a 60.55. 60.25. Closes in, but still in second place. Into Farmhouse at the moment. This beautiful Aston Martin Vantage GT4 with Peter House. That sounds lovely as it accelerates up the hill to Quarry. 66.79 on his first run. Peter's now big dab of the brakes at Quarry over the finish. 66.68, another PB for Peter House. Rob Pallett into and out of Farmhouse with the Ginetta G20 powered by a 1.8 Ford Z-Tech. 70.12 on his first run. He's being chased very quickly by John Prickett in the Sports Libra Radical. 71.28 for Rob Pallett, no improvement. John Prickett in the Radical sweeps into and out of Quarry over the finishing line. 57.41 again, no improvement for John Prickett. Looking out now for the Gretton Talbot Sunbeam. Rob at the wheel now as he comes into Farmhouse Bend. 66.18 from his first run. Still leads the class with that time. His son Josh did a 66.27. Rob will know that, so he'll be pushing to get an improvement, but it's a 66.95, so that first run time will be the one that counts at the moment. Now, someone has just come to a halt at Orchard, and that was David Tatum. I was watching what was happening on track and with the clocks, and it looks like David Tatum has spun off coming into Orchard. He's up there being pushed back. I see. So that looks like it might have been a lock-up on the way into the corner. Hopefully we'll get a replay on the live feed. David still sat in the car directing operations. So as the car is being slowly pushed back onto the track, the tyres have been cleaned by the marshals, so they're not bringing too many stones and dust onto the track. There's going to be a fair bit of sweeping up, I think, after this has cleared. David straightening things up. Got the engine running again, and he's driving away with a wave to the marshals. Big thank you always to our ladies and gentlemen in orange who allow us to be out here enjoying our motorsport. Without the marshals we wouldn't be able to have this spectacle going on, so a big thank you to them, all volunteers. David Tatum slowly driving up to the top of the hill. And marshals have very, very quickly got the sweeping up done. He's going to have to spend a fair bit of time cleaning those tyres up. They looked very, very dusty indeed as he went round the final corner. Back into the paddock. Right, well, for those of you down the hill, at the moment the plan is that we will carry on with timed runs, and hopefully if time permits we'll get 4 timed runs in this afternoon. Meanwhile, sitting patiently on the start line is the Swift Formula Ford from 1993. Quite sure who's at the wheel of this. I think it might be Paul Gomley. Oh no, it's Sam. Oh yes, because Paul's already taken his second time. Right. So it's Sam Gumbley at the wheel. Sam did a 72.33 for a new PB on his first run. He's down into the S's already. Winding his way round through chippies, up towards Country Corner, round country, across the hill to Willow. Out of Willow, now heading up towards that little nasty left-hand elbow and then into Orchard. Out of Orchard, on the run to Farmhouse. Round in Farmhouse Bend. Past the commentary box. Seemed to be a little bit hesitant on the gear change coming out of Farmhouse. So that may have lost him a little bit of time. Clock ticking down. And it's 72.43, 10th slower than he was earlier. Now we've got, I think we might have had an issue with the J-man on the start line because that's been pulled back. That would be Andrew Abbey at the wheel, and Rob Spedding is now on the start line. And it looks like the J-man is being pushed away. So I suspect that might well be possibly a drive shaft. Rob Spedding is off and running with the class-leading Vector Formula 4 from 1993. Already through Clark's, dropping down towards the S's. Currently leading the Formula 4 class with a 62.23. Rounds chippies up into and out of country, across the hill to Willow. Now charging up towards Orchard Bend. Through Orchard into Farmhouse. Head down as he charges up towards Quarry. Rob Spedding around Quarry over the finish, 62.38, fractionally slower than he was on his first run, but nevertheless still leads the class. We pick up Glenn at Collier with the Davrian Mark III down in Willow, heading towards Orchard. Glenn into and out of Orchard with the Glim-powered Davrian. Past the commentary box en route to Quarry. 75.31 on his first run. We're looking to get down into the 74s, I have no doubt. Glenn through the finish, 74.68. Good improvement. Ian Peacock now rounding Farmhouse Bend. The MG Midget set a new PB, 75.63 on his first timed run. Good run through the first part of Quarry and up through the finish, 75.64. Good grief, 100 slower. The Mini Gem, Alan Scott at the wheel, has passed the commentary box. Did a mid-74 on his first run. Into Quarry, over the finish, 73.79. Handy improvement for Alan Scott. John Mackenzie with the Mark 1 Ford Cortina, 1.7 litre engine. Established a personal best on his first run with a 73.92. And he's through the finish, improves to 73.1. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Les Proctor with this Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. First run was a 73.66. Richard Derrick getting a little bit crossed up going through Orchard. Meanwhile, Les Proctor over the finish, 73.56. Fractional improvement for Les. Richard Derrick coming past the commentary box now in the Mini 1275 GT. I think he'll be looking to improve on his first run, 69.24. And it's a 69.56. That's the commentary box. The rerun for the Van Diemen RF85 of Paul Harris. 70.84 on his first run, and Paul over the finishing line. Good improvement here, 68.93. That becomes his PB. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Thomas Robinson in the TVR 1600M, 1.7 litre Ford Crossflow engine. Car similar to this holds the class record. And Thomas over the finish, 68.52, no improvement over his first run time. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Jim Johnston in the Triumph TR6. Jim was in the low 69s on his first run. Was in only good enough for third place. In behind Richard Derrick. So Jim charging into the finish, 69.46, slower than he was earlier. Out of Farmhouse already goes Joe Mackerel in the Tiga SF83. A low 65 on his first run. What can Joe do this time? Over the finish, 63.47, so that becomes his PB. Looking out for the first of the Ferraris, which is Steve Thompson. In his first event here at Harewood with the 488 GTB. A low 72 on his first run. So he'll be hoping to at least get in the 71s. Into Quarry already. Around Quarry with a dab of the brakes. And over the finish, 67 dead. That's a great improvement. His new PB. And 67 dead takes him into second place in the class. So fantastic run there from Steve Thompson. Looking out now for Martin Jones, heading into Farmhouse Bend with the 360. A low 82nd run from Martin on his first ascent. Over the finish, slightly slower with an 80.83. Heading up into Farmhouse at the moment. The other newcomer in the Ferrari class, Steve Nunny, in the 348 TS. He set his PB with an 83.76. So what can he do this time? Can he improve into the low 80s? And it's slightly slower actually, 84.11, so no improvement for Steve Nunny. Paul Booth, meanwhile, in the 458 Spider, rounding Farmhouse Bend. A low 75-second run earlier. And this time rounds the finish, improves to 73.61. Peter Rogerson now heading towards Farmhouse Bend in the 360 Modena F1. A low 78 on his first run. Sweeping into round Quarry, and it's a 77.95. So a fractional improvement there for Peter Rogerson. Heading towards Farmhouse, Mark Willoughby. This is the 360 Spider V8. Low 72. This is his first run time. Can he get down into the 71s or even into the 72nd bracket? And over the finish, improves to 71.36. Pauline Goodwin into and out of Orchard. Round Farmhouse, goes to the 75.73. Pauline, very highly experienced driver in the Ferrari Championship. And over the finish, 75.53, so 2/10 quicker. Brian Jackson out of Farmhouse. High 72 on his first run, so he'll be looking to get down to the bottom end of the 72 second bracket or into the 71s, but he doesn't. It's a 72.82 for Brian Jackson. No improvement there. John Swift, meanwhile, in the 355 Berlinetta, looking very menacing in black. High 76 on his first run. John Swift rounds Quarry and over the finish improves to 75.91. John Kennedy, meanwhile, just rounding Chippies, heading up towards Country Corner. Set a new personal best on his first run, 68.5. To and out of Orchard, through the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. Charging his way up the straight to Quarry, 87 indicated in the speed trap, and over the finishing line improves to 68.09, which is his new personal best time. Debbie Snelson, meanwhile, leads the class with his first run, 66.26. David in the 430. Nelson sweeps through Quarry and over the finish. 65.75 for David Snelson is a new personal best time by 1/10 of a second. So a good run there from David, extends his lead in the class. We now have Anthony Wood in the 1100 Force PT. 56.65 on his first run, which was a new PB for Anthony. He's going to be over the finish, slightly slower, 57.42. Andrew Abbey now on the hill, so must have got whatever the issue was down at the start resolved. So I doubt it would have been a damaged drive shaft. So Andrew up through the top part of the hill, did a 66.14 on his first run, slightly slower with a 68.32. Now, according to computer and the live feed, this is number 59, Mike Denning on the hill. Sam Denning has been running first normally, but Mike is shown as being in the car this time. So Mike leading the way. A 71-second run earlier and improves to 70.53 into Farmhouse at the moment. We're on our third set of time runs, and this is Josh Saxton. Josh's best time on his second run of 73.96. And improves to 73.87. Still a little bit shy of his PB. Looking out now for Laura Houseman in the VW Lupo. Laura set personal best times on both of her first runs. Laura out of Farmhouse en route to Quarry. Sweeps through Quarry over the finish 80.31, and that is an improvement of 400ths and a new PB. Steve Nicol meanwhile rounds Farmhouse with the Citroen Saxo. A low 77 is his best time, set on a first run, 77.18 in fact, and he's over the finish line slightly slower, 77.57. Andrew Jeffrey in the Austin Cooper S out of Farmhouse, his best today 81.49, so a little bit away from his PB. David Taylor in hot pursuit. Andrew Jeffrey meanwhile over the finish 81.59, no improvement. David Taylor meanwhile charging up towards the top of the hill. Rounding Quarry over the finish 70.79. He too fails to improve over his earlier time. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment. It's Richard Greenwood in the Renault Twingo. First run 76.4, his best so far today. Richard Greenwood through Quarry over the finish, no improvement, 75.94. Jeff Denton in the first of the MGTFs into Farmhouse. Tyres squealing in protest as he goes round the corner, charging up towards the top part of the hill. 80.33 on his first run as Jeff's best today. And he sweeps round Quarry and slightly slower 81.47. Dave Barnforth in the second of the TFs, already out of Farmhouse Bend. Heading up towards the top. His best time so far on his second run, 77.27. Into Farmhouse Bend. And again slower, 78.74. David Bilton charging up between the farm buildings into Farmhouse Bend. 71.71 on his second run was a new PB for David. Set PBs on both runs so far, and 71.37 gets 3 in a row. Another personal best for David Bilton. Heading into Farmhouse at the moment, Nabil Zarlan in the Seat Ibiza FR. 2 runs in the 75-second bracket for Nabil. Can he do this time? Over the finish, 74.52. That's his best time today. Nick Jaguar rounding Farmhouse with the Saxo VTS. 2 runs in the low 73 second bracket so far today, and over the finish slightly slower this time, 73.62, so that's no improvement. Mike Jones, who set a new PB on his second run with the Vauxhall Adam S. 1.4 turbocharged engine. So Mike heading to the top. And 76.24, so that's another PB for Mike Jones. Passing the commentary box at the moment, Peter Siddle in the Renault Clio Cup 182. 67.82 has now been improved to 67.25, which becomes his PB. Out for James Izzard, he's rounding Farmhouse. His first run 71.64, the better of the 2. James quite a wide approach into Quarry, but gets an apex at the end, and 71.21, that's his best run today. Into Farmhouse at the moment, David Lanfranchi in the MX-5 that he shares with Andy Ace Harrison. David's second run 79.11, his best today. And this is looking to be around about the same sort of time. It is an improvement though to 78.62. Past the commentary box goes Charlie Deere in the Toyota Celica 190. Dab of the brakes midway through Quarry, settles the car down, and over the finish 69.21, no improvement. Steve Clay in the new MX-5, now got the hood down. 70.22 on his second run, his best so far, and 68.97. Not only is his best today, but a new personal best for Steve Clay. So hood down in future, Steve. Past the commentary box at the moment, Luke Downey in the Renault Clio 197. Low 68, his best so far. And improves to 68.15 by 400ths of a second. Shane Jowett in the Civic Type R into and out of Farmhouse. 67.98 on his second run, the best he's posted so far today. So Shane heading towards the top of the hill. Tony Pickering through Farmhouse, through Orchard. Shane Jowett's time 67.93, so that's his best time today. Tony Pickering, meanwhile, past the commentary box, heading up towards Quarry. His best time, a 67.32 on his first run. He's through the finish. 66.7 for Tony Pickering. Not only his best today, but a new personal best time. So David Marshall leading the class with a 65.94. Out of Farmhouse Bend. Needs to find 3/10 of a second to set a new personal best, and David rounds Farmhouse over the finish, 65.81. Well, it's an improvement, it extends his lead, but he's still a tenth or so shy of his PB. Dylan Fleischer out of Farmhouse in the Suzuki powered Caterham 7. 63.31 on his first run, and wow, cracking time, 62.71 for Dylan Fleischer, and that's a new PB. Out of Farmhouse at the moment, we've got Josh Gretton in the Talbot Sunbeam. This is running in Sports Libra. Josh Gretton's time hasn't come up on the computer. Robin Wood, meanwhile, out of Farmhouse Bend in the Force PT. He's heading up towards the top of the hill and through the finish, but no times have come through for either of those drivers as yet. On the hill, we have the Van Diemen again. This is 822, that's James Harris on his way to the top of the hill. James into quarry already, sweeps round the corner, gets a sort of late apex and over the finish, but again no time for that competitor. And I think we're going to have a hold on the start line while those times are resolved. Right, well, we've got a text in. What a joy to stumble across this feed. A big hello to all my friends at Harewood from Doris and I from Turbo Russell. Well, we all know Dr. Thorpe and his infamous Renault 5 Turbo Doris. Still not got the times through for those last three competitors, so we've got a hold on the meeting while those times are resolved. I have no doubt that's the problem. Just to call out again, I mentioned it at the start of the day, we have in the top paddock, sorry, in the top car park next to the paddock, AMS UK and the Cool Camel selling their fantastic line of motorsport photographs and drawings, sketches, a fantastic array. And as I said before, there's a cracking one of Jim Clark, which I'm going to probably pop along and buy either later today or tomorrow morning. Now the clock seems to be ticking away at the bottom of the hill here in front of my commentary box. That usually means that they're getting close to getting these times resolved, but we haven't got a time for Josh Gretton, Robin Wood or James Harris. So while we've got this delay, just a few historical notes about Harewood. Started in 1962 and ran through to 1991 on what we now refer to as the short course. The start was down in the tarmac area beyond Chippies, and you can see that on the live feed at the moment. And that came up into Country Corner, which was the first corner on the hill. And being a blind apex, it was fun and games, particularly on cold tyres. Then in 1992, the long course as we run now was introduced. I came here for the first time back in 1974 to a BARC Championship meeting. And the following year I attended my first HillClimb Championship round here at Harewood. We're back underway again. So we'll have a quick look at the times. For 8:11, oh, that's showing us a red flag for Josh Gretton. For 7:86, we've got red flags for 8:11, 8:17 and 8:23. Could be the issue. So 8.22 on the, that hasn't come up yet. We've got Paul Gumbly on the hill, so we haven't got resolved 8.22. But it's 8.23 on the hill. This is getting me confused. So Paul Gumbly heading towards the top of the hill. He wasn't red flagged, he's going to set a time. And it's a time of 70.63, which is his best time today and a new personal best. He's being followed on the hill by Richard Abbey. 8.24, it was 8.22 that was red flag, James Harris. Richard Abbey, meanwhile, out of Farmhouse Bend, on the run to the top of the hill. A high 66 on his first run. And through the finish, 66.3. Not only his fastest time today, but a new personal best for Richard Abbey. On the start line, we have number 759, Sam Denning. So Sam going second this time. His best time 71.37, he's off and running. Sweeps through Clark's, clips the grass on the exit as he comes out of the corner, dropping down into the S's, braking very heavily to get into the S's. Through the S's now into rounding chippies. Pops up over the top of the hill and into Country Corner. Across the hill to Willow. Now on the charge up towards Orchard through the nasty little elbow on the left. Now into and out of Orchard. So Sam Denning, 71.37, his best time. Looking to make inroads into another Hamlow Down, out of Farmhouse Bend. And Sam Denning heading towards the top of the hill, rounding the first part of Quarry. Through the final part, over the finish line, 70.63. And that's his best time of the day. But it's not a personal best. We've now got Martin Hodgson in the Unos Roadster. The imported MX-5, 1.6 litre engine, so quite an early car. And Martin already up at Quarry, and through the finish 75.96. Not only his best time today, but a new personal best for Martin. Josh Carr in this indecently quick little Volkswagen Polo GTI, charging up towards the top of the hill, into and out of Quarry, over the finish 65.19, and that's Josh Carr's best time today. Picking up Simon Howarth now as he heads towards Farmhouse Bend. Simon in the Mini John Cooper Works, 1.6 turbo. 2 runs in the 69-second bracket. And he's rounding Quarry and over the finish, 68.65. His best time today, and it equals his personal best. Terry Deer, meanwhile, charging up the hill in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus, as is his wont. 64.15 is his PB. His best time today is in the 66s. What can Terry do? It's a 66.45. It is fractionally quicker than his first run time. Andy Bateson sitting on the start line. And Andy away with the Toyota MR2. Two runs in the 67-second bracket today for Andy. Down in the S's already. Sweeping round chippies. A little bit of a lock-up going into Country Corner. Now through Willow and heading towards Orchard. Andy Bateson rounds Orchard Bend, heading towards Farmhouse. He's being chased on the hill by Kieran O'Brien in the 350Z. Andy Bateson into and out of Farmhouse Bend. And Andy Bateson rounds Quarry over the finish, 67.25. That's his best time today. Kieran O'Brien, meanwhile, out of Farmhouse Bend, former class record holder with the 350Z, 3.5 litre V6 that's supercharged. Kieran O'Brien, a lot more stable this time through Quarry, 64.68. That's his best time today. Adam Riley in the supercharged Honda S2000, broke the class record on his first run with a 62.65. Unfortunately, the clock seems to have frozen, but it's a 65.58. So no improvement for Adam Riley, but he has the class record in his back pocket. Tony Booth, meanwhile, in the Mitsubishi Evo 6, not the Evo 5 as in the programme. He's heading up towards the top of the hill. And he's to the finish in 65.99. No improvement over his earlier run time. Down in the S's, it's Philip Saxton in the little Z-Tech powered Westfield. Now heading up towards Orchard. 72.7 as on his second run was Philip's best time so far today. Into Farmhouse Bend. Outbraked himself a little bit there, I think, at Farmhouse. A bit slow coming out of the corner. Heading up towards the top part of the hill. John Bransfield in the Caterham 7, hot on his heels. Meanwhile, Philip Saxton round Quarry over the finish, 75.3. So a lot slower than he was earlier. John Bransfield, meanwhile, already into and out of Quarry through the finish, 66.1 is a new personal best time for John. Tim Kerr, meanwhile, charging up toward the top part of the hill. His best run so far today, 64.82. And Tim sweeps through Quarry over the finishing line, 64.29, equals his personal best time. Daniel Hollis, meanwhile, into Farmhouse with the Caterham 7 with the Sigma, and we've got a red flag. So maybe Tim Kerr spun after the finish line. We have a red flag on the hill. The red flag is slowly working its way down, and the other car on the hill, Mark Laybourne, has been red flagged, so he's going to have to go to the top of the hill to join the queue again to get his rerun.
the finishing line.
Well, we have, I think that's Ian Downey sitting on the start line. Looks like 748. We're back underway with Renault Clio of Ian Downey, dropping down into the S's. Rounding chippies. Through Country Corner, heading to Willow. Squealing in protest as he negotiates Orchard into Farmhouse Bend. Here Downey now on the run up to Quarry. Through Quarry Corner and over the finish, 71.48. That's not only his best time today, but a new personal best for Ian. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Richard Jones. This is the little Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. 70.47 on his first run was Richard's best time so far today, and it's looking like it's going to be a little bit slower. Yes, it's 70.74. No improvement for Richard Jones. Sitting on the start line, we have Robin Johnson in the Tiga SF83 with the 1.6 Peugeot engine. This car started life as a Formula Ford 2000. The front wings brake violently as he accelerated off the start line. So Robin Johnson off and running. This car was put together, as you see it now, by Terry Davis. He ran it for quite a few seasons. And Robin Johnson's keep Robin for quite some time now. And this season he's got Joe Mackerel co-driving. Robin Johnson already up into out of Orchard. That's a new PB 63.36. His second run. Ooh, that sounded like a bit of a fourth gear change as he headed out of Farmhouse. Already up into Quarry. Round Quarry, and it's a 65.17, so not as quick as it was on his second time run. Heading towards Farmhouse at the moment is the Caterham 7, and that's Les Golding. 1.8 Rover K-Series engine. Leslie's best time was his first run, 65.54, so it's no improvement at 65.58. Simon Medley into Farmhouse, takes the scenic route all the way round. Good look at the apex from about a yard away. So Simon Medley, 63.91 is best so far. And it's going to be slightly slower, 64.23 for Simon Medley. Richard Patterson, initial class leader with a 64.07 in the Toyota powered Striker. Needs to beat 63.91 to go back into the lead of the class. Richard Patterson rounding Farmhouse, Orchard. 63.42 as he went round Quarry. Is not only, it's his best time of the day, not the personal best. Past the commentary box, we have the Suzuki powered Caterham 7 of Jonathan Flesher. 62.69 his best time. 62.62, fractionally improvement, and extends his lead over Dylan. David Leach rounding Farmhouse in the Lotus Elise. 2 runs in the 65-second bracket today for David. Now sweeps into Farmhouse, bit of heavy braking just before the exit, and 65.63, a couple of hundredths shy of his second run time. We now have, I think this is Andy Harrison on his rerun. Number 745, Andy Harrison, coming out of Farmhouse Bend with the MX-5, charging up into Quarry. Car leaning quite heavily as he went through the first element, bobbles as he goes through the final, over the finish, 72.63. That's his best time today. Jonathan North, meanwhile, heading to the top of the hill in the little Mini Cooper, running in Class 3A. Jonathan over the finish, 67.02, fails to improve on his earlier time. Gordon Riley now in the Toyota Starlet. Set a new PB on his first run, improved on that on his second. Climbing through the... Oh no, and it's all come to a very quiet end for Gordon Riley as he approached Quarry. The fire sort of went out and he stopped. So that'll be red flags for everybody on the hill. And the Toyota has parked up on almost on the apex of the second element of Quarry. And Gordon is getting out, or he's opened the door anyway. Maybe to have a word with the marshals who've come over. Tracy Wise has arrived and it's being waved through. I think they'll be calling for the snatch recovery to get that Toyota Starlet back to the paddock. So that'll be unfortunately a failed run for Gordon Riley. And Tracy Wise already heading back down to the start area in the yellow Elise. And I think the other car that was on the hill, 99. Yeah, somebody's just posted, ouch for Gordon Riley. Evelyn Autumn Music. Well, you're quite right, Evelyn. It is ouch. It could be an expensive ouch as well. The other car that was on the hill but only went a few feet was, I think, flagged very quickly, was the Westfield of... Now. Yes, there we go. It's Mr. Steele. Somebody just posted it's the first time he's been watching hill climbing. Where have you been all season? I'm sure he'd be very welcome to come here and spectate at Harewood. Fantastic venue. Fantastic view from the top of the hill. Meanwhile, the snatch recovery vehicle has got to the top of the hill to Gordon Riley and just sorting out a tow for him, getting back to the paddock. So while we have this little break, another chance to plug AMS UK and the Cool Camel, who are selling all their fantastic photographs and drawings and cartoons in the Hillside car park. They've set up a big awning there with all their stuff in. There's loads of pictures. That's a fantastic one of Jim Clark. I might well have my name on it by the end of the day. So Marshall's climbing aboard the snatch recovery. And now towing the forlorn Toyota Starlet back to the paddock. With an equally forlorn Gordon Riley at the wheel. He's not having the best of luck with that car this season. So as soon as that, in fact, we've got Marshall's out on course with the red flag down at Country Corner. So I'm not quite sure what the issue is down there. Oh, red flag has now come in at Country. So that the withdrawal of the red flag will come back to the start. And sitting patiently on the start line is Andrew Steele. And he's off and running already. I looked away momentarily and he's gone. Already heading down into the S's. This is quite an early Westfield SE, a standard 1396 Hayabusa engine, already up into Country Corner. And Andrew, first run 59.5, leading Class 3F, and as he heads up and rounds Orchard, away from the start line, Bob Bellaby in the other car in Class 3F. So Andrew Steele rounds Farmhouse, charging up towards the top of the hill. Very impressive line through the first element of Quarry over the finish, 59.99, fractionally slower than he was earlier. Bob Bellaby, meanwhile, in the Silver Riot, with the Yamaha R1 engine, is already into Farmhouse Bend. He's being chased up the hill by Peter House in the Aston Martin. Bob Bellaby, meanwhile, en route to the top of the hill and Quarry. Here he comes into view for the online feed. Round the corner, 60.82 for Bob Bellaby, no improvement. Peter House, meanwhile, in this absolutely lovely Vantage GT4 Aston Martin, comes out of Farmhouse Bend. That sounds magical. As he goes up towards the top of the hill, set a personal best on his first run, improved on that on his second, and Peter House over the finish, 66.57, improves again. So that becomes his PB. into Farmhouse now. Rob Pallett in the Ginetta G20. 1.8 Ford Z-Tech power. Ooh, did that slow suddenly? Have we got a red flag out? Rob Pallett's going very slowly up towards the top of the hill. And he's stopping at Quarry and waving over to the marshals. So I don't know whether they've started another car, so I don't know whether Rob's got a problem. It would look like it. I think the fire went out as he came out of Farmhouse. John Prickett in the Radical, who's further down the hill, I think he has been red flagged. And he's being waved to go back up to the top of the hill. He's going to have to join in behind all the Ferraris to get his rerun. Meanwhile, Rob Pallett is stuck at the top of the hill. And it looks like we're going to need another snatch recovery to get Mr. Pallett back into the paddock. So that'll be a failed run for number 105, Rob Pallett. John Prickett has arrived at Quarry, but he's managed to find his way around the outside of the Ginetta and go back into the paddock. And he should be appearing quite quickly into the access road down to the start line. And the snatch recovery has got onto the course and is heading up towards Farmhouse, so he'll be at Quarry shortly to tow the stricken Ginetta back into the paddock. And John Prickett has already joined the queue. He's having a quick look at the front end of the car. A post there from Steve Miles, British Sprint champion. Nice to hear your dulcet tones, Steve. You need to get your hearing aid checked, Stephen, while working in the garage. I believe he's going to be with us tomorrow, snapping. Mr. Miles, he's a member of the Royal Academy. And a very, very good and talented photographer. So, David Snelson there doing a bit of aerobics. No, I wouldn't do that, David. Might split the overalls. Right, the Ginetta has been recovered. Red flags are still out. Red flags starting to come in. So we should be underway quite quickly. And we've got another post from Evening Autumn Music. They're in Canada. Well, we're back underway again. And it's number 111, Rob Gretton, on the hill. This is the Sports Libre Talbot Sunbeam, 1.8 turbocharged. We're already up into Country Corner, and as he heads through Willow, dropping down into the S's is Anthony Wood. So Rob Gretton charging up towards Farmhouse Bend. First run 66.18, still leads the class from son Josh. Rob arrives very, very quickly up to Quarry and over the finish, 66.3. No improvement. Out of Farmhouse already goes Anthony Wood on his rerun. And Anthony Wood sweeps round the final corner over the finish, 57.82. No improvement. His earlier run time. Now we've got the Legacy on the hill, coming out of Farmhouse Bend. Damien Bradley at the wheel. 57.35, his best time. Crikey, that's a quick approach to Quarry. Into the final corner on three wheels. Goes a little bit deep. Over the finish, 58.34. Lost all the time at the end for Damien. On the hill at the moment, David Tatum in the OMS Hornet, heading into Farmhouse Bend. 54.92 on his first run, bunkered on his second run at Orchard. David Tatum into the final corner, over the finish, 56.18. Quite a bit slower than he was on that first timed run. Looking out now for the next runner, it's 122 Paul Harris. So we're into the Formula Ford class. Paul's best run, 68.93. That's his. Is his new PB. He established a personal best time on his first time run now. Posts a 69.1, not quite as quick as he was earlier. Heading towards Farmhouse, Sam Gumbley in the 93 Swift Formula Ford. First run 72.33 was a new PB for Sam, so that's the time he's aiming for. Can he get inside 72.33? It's a very nice approach into Quarry, sweeps wide and a little bit of an alteration at the end, but it's a 70.34. For Sam Gumbley, which looks like it's a new PB, but he was running a bit wide. Andrew Abbey, meanwhile, in the 1991 Jamin, comes into view, heading up into Quarry, round that final corner, over the finish, 65.99. That's his best time today. Rob Spedding into an out of farmhouse in the Vector 1993 Formula Ford car from South Africa. And Rob leading the class with a 62.23 over the finishing line with a 61.5, so extends his lead. Now we've got some reruns taking place. We're going way back down the classes to Daniel Hollis in the Caterham 7, running in Class 2A. Was red flagged, hence the rerun. Leading the class with a 64.41, or was. Tim Kerr's 64.29 has taken the lead. What can Daniel do? Can he get back into the lead of the class? Sweeps through the finish, 64.27. That's 200ths quicker than his competitors. Goes back into the lead of the class. Rounding farmhouse at the moment. We have 7.31. Mark Laybourne on a rerun in the Citroen Saxo. Heading up into Quarry. Sweeping through Quarry Corner. Over the finishing line, 77.39. That's his best time today. And I think that'll be his new PB as well. Looking out for Glenn Collier in the little Davrian. He's just going through Country Corner, heading towards Willow. So we're back into Class 6A. Glenn's best time today was a 74.68. Up into Farmhouse Bend in the little imp-engined sports car. So Glenn heading towards Quarry. Round Quarry and over the finish, 76.95, so not as quick as he was earlier. Out of Farmhouse comes Ian Peacock with the MG Midget. Set a new PB on his first run with a 75.63. Sweeping through the final corner, and 75.41 is a new PB for Ian Peacock. So quite a few people finding a lot of pace towards the end of the meeting, others struggling to maintain the pace they set earlier. Alan Scott, meanwhile, in the Mark III Mini Gem. And he's through the finish. 74.3, not as quick as he was earlier. John Mackenzie, meanwhile, heads into Farmhouse Bend with the Mark I Cortina. One of the Scottish competitors here today. 73.1, his best time. And over the finish, improves, 72.5, which becomes his PB. Les Proctor rounding Farmhouse with the little Austin Healey Sebring Sprite. .73.56 is Les's best time today. He's round Quarry over the finish, 72.88. Nice improvement for Les Proctor on his third timed run. Richard Derrick, meanwhile, charging up towards the top of the hill, 69.24 on his first run. The best so far today for the Mini driver. And he's already into an out of Quarry, 68.69. That's his best time today. Thomas Robinson in the TVR 1600M. Set a new PB on his first run with a 67.27. He's through the finish, slightly slower, 68.04. out for Jim Johnston in the Triumph TR6. I can remember seeing Jim back in the 1970s driving a Brabham Buick. And Jim charging his way up towards the top of the hill with this TR6. Best run today, 69.29. He's being chased all the way by Joe Mackerel in the Tiger. Jim Johnston over the finish, 69.14. So that's his best time today. Joe Mackerel, meanwhile, sweeps through the final corner over the finish line in the Tiger, 62.24. Not only is it a new PB, but he goes ahead of Robin Johnson. Now we're into the Ferraris again. Steve Thompson passing the commentary box in the 488 GTB. Set a new personal best, 67 dead on his second run. And this is looking quicker, it is 65.64 for a new PB for Steve Thompson. Trying to pick up the next car, Martin Jones in the F360 through Orchard, heading towards Farmhouse. 80.36 his best time. That was on his first run. Goes quite slowly around Farmhouse. So this might not be an improvement. Gets on the loud pedal as he heads up towards Quarry. So Martin Jones into Quarry. Sweeps through the corner. 80.83, exactly the same time as his second run, but no improvement over that first run. Steve Nunney, meanwhile, who set his PB on his first visit to Harewood with his first run, 83.76. This is the 348 TS into Quarry. And over the finish, improves to 81.22. So good improvement there of over 2 seconds. Passing the commentary box at the moment, Paul Booth in the 458 Spider. 73.61 on his second run, his best time, and improves to 73.11. Although still a couple of seconds shy of his PB. Peter Rogerson into Farmhouse at the moment with the 360 Modena F1. .77.95 his best time today. And 79.46 is no improvement for Peter Rogerson. Mark Whibley in the 360 Spider. Runs the same 3.5 litre V8 engine. 71.36 his best so far. Nice tight line through Quarry. 71.67, so no improvement for Mark Whibley. Pauline Goodwin, the first of the two yellow Ferraris. It's the 328 that Pauline is driving today. Pauline's best time set on her second run, 75.53. Just about hauls it back to an apex coming out of Farmhouse. Trying to carry as much speed as possible onto the straight leading up to Quarry. Good line through Quarry, now over the finish, 75.02, so that's a good improvement for Pauline. Brian Jackson, meanwhile, in the 308 GTB, goes past the commentary box, heading towards Quarry. 72.72 is Brian's best time. Another good approach to Quarry, carrying a lot of speed, and over the finish, 72.07, so that's another one to improve. John Swift exits Farmhouse in the 355 Berlinetta. second run 75.91, his best. And over the finish 75.97, so no improvement for John Swift. John Kennedy, meanwhile, rounding Farmhouse with 360 Modena F1. 68.09, his best time. And 68.88, no improvement. Now David Snelson, who's into Farmhouse now, was leading the class with a 65.75, but Steve Thompson with 65.64 has slipped past him into the lead, so that's got to be David Snelson's time to beat. He may not be aware of that, and he's over the finish slightly slower with a 66.09. So the championship leader pushed down to second. Down into the S's, we've got John Prickett on his rerun with the Radical PR6. 56.62 was his time on his, with his first run time and his best so far today. He's already through the elbow, heading up into an out of Orchard, charging up into Farmhouse Bend. 56.62 on his first run. John Prickett charging up to Quarry. Nice line through the second part of Quarry, 58.2, no improvement for John Prickett. Also on the hill, also on a rerun, 8.11, Josh Gretton. Josh into Farmhouse Bend already. Sweep through Farmhouse Bend. 66.27 on his second run. Just 900ths slower than his dad. So can he improve? Over the finish, 66.13. Another personal best for Josh Gretton, and he's gone ahead of his father. Into Farmhouse at the moment, another car on a rerun, James Harris, number 822. This is the 1985 Van Diemen. 64.73 on his second run, his best so far today. He sweeps through Quarry, and it's a 63.35. Well, that's a cracking improvement of over a second for James Harris. Well, 63.35 takes him into second place in the class behind Rob Spedding. Now I think that might conclude our third set of timed runs. I'm not sure. It probably does, because we've got that Mini Cooper S of the Dennings on the start line, and it's 7.59, Sam Denning. Fourth set of the time runs is underway. Sam Denning leading off. His best time so far today, 70.63. Already dropping down through the S's, sweeping round chippies, through country corner, into Willow, through the elbow, and then into Orchard. Sam Denning heading towards Farmhouse Bend in the Mini R53 Cooper S. Can get into the low 70s. Currently a tenth of a second behind co-driver Mike Denning. So what can Sam do? Up and over the finish, 69.94. That's his best time of the day. Takes him into the lead of the Denning battle. Passing the commentary box at the moment, Josh Saxton in the Westfield SEW, the Z-Tech engine. His best time so far today, 73.87. And Josh through the finish, 72.59. So that's a good improvement. Takes him ahead of his father in the order. Passing the commentary box now, number 30, Laura Houseman in the VW Lupo. Her best time, 80.31. Laura through the finish, slightly slower than earlier, 80.61. A good day nonetheless, setting 3 PBs. Past the commentary box now, Steve Nicol in the Citroen Saxo. Steve's best time, 77.18, set on his first timed run, and 77.22, no improvement. Rounding Farmhouse, Andrew Jeffrey in the Austin Cooper S. His second run, 81.49, his best.
823 and 824. Then we have class 1, 2.
Andrew Jeffrey chased by David Taylor. Andrew Jeffrey over the finish, 81.51, no improvement over his second run time. David Taylor heading towards the top of the hill, leading the class with a 70.73, and over the finish 70.89 again, fails to improve but leads the class nonetheless. Next into Farmhouse, number 36 Richard Greenwood in the Renault Twingo. His best time so far today, 76.4. Quite a bit off his PB, but it was set in on a far sunnier day and a lot warmer as well. And Richard over the finish, 75.67. That's his best run today. First of the MGTFs, rounding Farmhouse, Jeff Denton. First run, 80.33. And the clock has frozen for a second, but it's a 79.96, so a good improvement there for Jeff. We've now got David Bilton passing the commentary box in the Renault Clio 197. His best time, 71.37, which was a new personal best. It's a 72.15 and no improvement. Nabil Zalan in the Seat Ibiza. His third run, 74.52, the best so far today that he's recorded. Still about a second away from his PB. And into and out of Quarry. And over the finish, 77.36, so no improvement for Nabil. Out of Farmhouse, Mick Jaguar in the Citroen Saxo VTS. Nick's best time, 73.27, that was on run number 2. And he's into and out of Quarry for 74.42, so again fails to improve. Mike Jones with the Vauxhall Adam S. Managed to set a new PB on run number 2, improved it on run number 3, 76.24. Can he improve on that time? It's going to be very, very close to it. 76.39, just fails. Already past the commentary box, Peter Siddle in the Clio 182. And Peter set a new PB on his last run. And 67.63 is no improvement for number 43, Peter Siddle. Out of Farmhouse at the moment. This must be James Izzard in the Renault Clio Cup 172. James' best run, 71.21 through Quarry over the finish. That's an improvement to 70.46 for James Izzard. David Lanfranchi, meanwhile, round Farmhouse Bend in the MX-5. David's best time so far today was on his third run at 78.62. He's being chased up the hill by Charlie Deere in the Toyota Celica. Time for David Lanfranchi, 77.10. So that is an improvement. Charlie Deere up towards the top part of the hill, over the finish, 68.78, and again that's an improvement as well over that second run time, and is a new personal best for Charlie. Already past the commentary box, Steve Clay in the MX-5 set a new PB on his last run, and 68.93 is another personal best for number 47, Steve Clay. Out of Farmhouse, 48, Luke Downey. Luke's best times so far today are 68.15, very quick into Quarry, pops up on the curb, and a 67.81 for Luke Downey, that's his best time. Shane Jowett now on approach to Farmhouse with the Civic Type R. .67.93, the best that Shane's managed today. He's through the finish already. 69.24, no improvement for Shane Jowett. Into Farmhouse, Tony Pickering, the Clio 182. Set a new personal best on the third run at 66.7. Tony Pickering through the finish, a bit slower than he was earlier. In fact, his slowest run today, 71.06. David Marshall into Farmhouse. Already has the class win in his back pocket with a 65.81 set on his third times run. And David Marshall through the finish, 66.01. No improvement, but nevertheless will take the class win. Dylan Flesher in the Caterham 7 into Farmhouse Bend. This is the 1 litre Suzuki powered 7. And Dylan's best time 62.71 and 62.83. No improvement, so we'll have to settle for second in class. Down in the S's, we have 817. Now I think 817 is Robin Wood, and this is his third times run. I think he got caught up in a rerun and let his brother go ahead of him. So this is Robin Wood taking his third times run in the Force PT. His best so far, 56.01, which is a new personal best. Spun at Quarry on his second times run. So Robin Wood into Quarry, gets round it no problem. And over the finish, 57.74, no improvement. We'll see him again later. Into and out of Farmhouse. It's number 822, James Harris, in the 1985 Van Diemen Formula Ford. And James Harris over the finish, 62.9 is a new personal best. Into Farmhouse, Paul Gumbley in the 1993 Swift. Paul sets a new PB on his third run. He's into and out of Farmhouse, 71.34, slower than he was earlier. Richard Abbey into and out of Farmhouse Bend. And the Jamin driver heading up towards the top of the hill. Into Quarry. Sweeps through Quarry and over the finishing line. 66.53, no improvement. Back down to Class 1C. This should be 59, it is. 59, Mike Denning. His best time, 70.53. And over the finishing line, no improvement, 70.68 for Mike Denning. Martin Hodgson now heading towards Farmhouse with the Unos Roadster. His best time 75.96, which was a new PB. That was on his third times run. And he's over the finish in 75.54, so lowers his PB the second time in the run. Josh Carr, meanwhile, flying up the straight in the little Polo, sweeping round Quarry over the finish, 65.30, not quite as quick as he was earlier. Simon Howarth into Farmhouse. Simon Howarth equalled his PB on his last run with a 68.65. Can he just clip a couple of tenths or a hundredth or so off that time? 68.67, no, he doesn't do that. 200 slower. Terry Deere in the Talbot Sunbeam Lotus. Always a spectacular driver. Terry up towards the top part of the hill. Pops it over the finish. 66.9. Again, not quite as quick as he was earlier. Andy Bateson in the MR2, past the commentary box, heading up towards the top part of the hill. 67.25, the best he's managed today.
All drivers and spectators, there will be.
Andy Bateson's time 67.64, no improvement. Kieran O'Brien past the commentary box in the Nissan. 64.68, the best he's managed so far today. And Hessler warning lights flashing as he went round the corner. 65.19 for Kieran O'Brien, no improvement. Tony Booth, meanwhile, past the commentary box, heading up towards the top of the hill in the Mitsubishi Evo 6, not the Evo 5 as in the programme. Tony Booth over the finishing line, 67.47. And that is no improvement for Tony Booth. His second run being the best. Now we've got number 72, Philip Saxton, in the Westfield again. Second run, 72.7, his best so far today. He's over the finish, 72.3, so a nice improvement. John Bransfield past the commentary box in the Caterham 7 Supersport. Set a new PB, 66.1 on his last run. And 65.62 is another improvement. Tim Kerr 64.29, his best so far today, equals his PB. Tim will be looking to improve on that. 64.74 for number 74 is not an improvement. Daniel Hollis, meanwhile, snatched the lead back from Tim Kerr on the last run with a 64.27. What can he do this time? He won't know that Tim's not beaten this time. 64.18 for Daniel Hollis extends his lead and ensures his class win. Back to Class 1A, this is Mark Layburn, 7.31 on his rerun, 77.39, his best time so far today. And he's over the finish, improved to 77.17. Andy Ace Harrison past the commentary box. Andy in the MX-5 sweeps round the final corner. 73.68, no improvement over his previous run times. Ian Downey also quickly past the commentary box in the Renault Clio 197. Set a new PB, 71.48 on his last run, and 71.85, no improvement. Past the commentary box this time, Richard Jones in car number 856. Richard's best time was his first run, 70.47, and 70.76 doesn't improve on that time. Robin Johnson now in the Tiga SF83, pushed down to second place by co-driver Joe Mackerel. And 65.37, no improvement for Robin Johnson. Les Golding past the commentary box in the Caterham 7. And Les already through the finish, 65.32 for Les Golding, which is an improvement over his first run time. Simon Medley past the commentary box in the another Rover-powered Caterham 7. He's followed by Richard Patterson. Simon Medley over the finish, 64.02. No improvement over his previous times. Richard Patterson, meanwhile, 63.40, 200s quicker than he was earlier, but and takes the lead of the class. Past the commentary box number 86, Jonathan Flesher in the Caterham 7. 62.62, his best so far. 62.31 becomes a new PB. Round Farmhouse, David Leach in the Lotus Elise. And David's second run, 65.61, his best so far, and a 64.94 for David Leach. Gets him within 0.6 of his PB. Jonathan North also running solo in his class for the up to 1400 mob prods, but Jonathan has slowed dramatically towards the top of the hill. Seemed to miss a gear as he went round Farmhouse, and is just chugging over the over the finish line in 74.82, which, as you would imagine, is no improvement. However, Tracy Wise and Josh Gretton, who were on track, have both been red flagged. Josh Gretton has decided not to take the little road behind the farm buildings, possibly because as he runs on slicks he might pick up a bit of dirt on that road, so he's going to go to the top of the hill, and you will see him a little bit later. Tracy had already passed that halfway point, so she's already dropping back down to the start to get in the queue for her rerun. Meanwhile, we have a Legacy sat on the start line. And from this angle, it looks like it's number 99. And there's a nod from the start line crew. I don't know whether that means I'm right or I'm wrong. Away. Here's Damien Bradley. Crikey, that was quick through Clark's. This is a man on a mission. So number 99, Damien Bradley, lying second in the class. Leading the class is Stephen Darley, who's sharing Damien's car. Damien already through Country Corner. Time to beat 56.82, set on Steve Darley's second run, which was a new class record. Damien into Farmhouse Bend, gets a large late apex. Car wanders a little bit under acceleration as the front end goes light, charging up to the top of the hill. Crikey, that's a quick approach. He's rounding Quarry on three wheels, and it's a 57.50. Not as quick as he was on his second time run. Meanwhile, Andrew Steele heads to the top of the hill in the Westfield SE. Andrew's best run was his first, 59.5, 59.93. No improvement. Has that left the door open for number 102, Bob Bellaby. Bob's best time so far today, a 57.35. Sorry, no, I'm looking at the wrong line. 60.25 for Bob Bellaby, and 60.97 is no improvement for Bob. So Andrew Steele will take the class win with Bob second. Peter House, meanwhile, in this glorious Aston Martin Vantage GT4 into Farmhouse Bend. Peter House, his best time, 66.57. And he's sweeping through Quarry over the finish, 67.52, no improvement. Into Farmhouse at the moment, Anthony Wood. In the Force PT, 56.65 is Anthony's best time so far today, and 59.7 is quite a bit slower. Into Farmhouse at the moment, David Tatum in the OMS Hornet. David's best run was his first, 54.92. Leads the class with that time, and a 55.82, no improvement, but nevertheless he'll take the class win. Back to Formula Fords, and it's number 122, Paul Harris, heading to Farmhouse. 1985 Van Diemen. Set a new personal best, 68.93 on his second run. So into and out of Farmhouse Bend, 69.04, no improvement. Sam Gumbley, meanwhile, into and out of Farmhouse with the 1993 Swift. His best run was the first, improved on that with a 70.34, which is his personal best time. Sam 69.85 improves again. Andrew Abbey past the commentary box in the 1991 Jamin. A high 65, the best he's managed, and a 65.22. A handy improvement of 7/10 of a second. Rob Spedding, meanwhile, heading towards Farmhouse in the class-leading Vector TF93K. Leads the class with a 61.5. Rob Spedding through Quarry, 61.74, no improvement over that third run time. Now we're back to the rerun for Tracy Wise, number 93. Tracy's best run, a 60.56, leads the class with that time. And 60.5 is a slight improvement. So Tracy extends her lead. Unfortunately, issues with Gordon Riley's Toyota seems to have eliminated him, so we've not seen him take his fourth run. So Tracy will take the class win. We have a surfeit of cars. No cars on the start line, but there are cars approaching the start, and it's Glenn Collier in the Davian onto the start line, just being stationed, lined up with the little infrared light. Glenn is off and running. Mark III Davian, 1 litre imp engine. And Glenn already down in the S's. Down the chippies. Heading up into Country Corner. On his heels will be 153 Ian Peacock in the MG Midget. So Glenn Collier rounds Orchard, heading into Farmhouse Bend. Over the finish, 75.44, no improvement over his second run time. Ian Peacock out of Farmhouse Bend set a new personal best on his second run, then improved on it on his third. So 75.41 is his target. Can he improve on that? No, he can't. 75.77. Alan Scott into Farmhouse with the Mark III Mini Gem. Second run 73.79, the best he's managed today. And 75.48, no improvement for Alan Scott. Should have been John McKenzie. Now we've got Richard Derrick. Thomas Robinson's outbraked himself at Orchard. Richard Derrick through the finish, 68.24, which is his fastest time today. 68.24 is a new personal best for Richard. Thomas Robinson, meanwhile, in the TVR, had that big moment at Orchard. And He's heading towards the top of the hill, and a 73.56, as I suspected, is no improvement over his earlier run times. Jim Johnston now exiting Farmhouse Bend in the TR6. Jim's best time 69.14. Over the finish 69.12, a fractional improvement for Jim Johnston. We now have a rerun for 8.11. Josh Gretton. Josh's best time so far today 66.13. He's already rounding Quarry over the finish line 67.71, so no improvement for Josh Gretton. We're into the Ferraris now with Steve Thompson, class leader with a 65.64. And it's a little bit slower than he was earlier, 66.62, so no improvement for Steve Thompson. Has that left him vulnerable for a last run charge from David Snelson? We'll have to wait and see. Martin Jones, meanwhile, into Farmhouse Bend. Martin's best run is first, 80.36. Martin Jones over the finish line 78.94, so that is his best time of the day. Out of Farmhouse, 166, Steve Nunny in the 348 TS. Steve has gone quicker on his third run with an 81.22, 81.32, just fails to improve on that time. A good showing for his first meeting at Harewood. Paul Booth, meanwhile, in the 348 Spider, heading for the top of the hill. Sweeps into Quarry, little dab of the brakes, over the finish line, 72.12, and that's his best time of the day. Peter Rogerson. That's not Peter Rogerson, that's 169. Mark Whibley in the 360 Spider. Mark's best time 71.36 and 70.78. Nice little improvement for Mark Whibley. Now we're looking for Pauline Goodwin, rounding Orchard. Pauline with the 328 Ferrari through Farmhouse Bend. 3 runs all in the 75 second bracket for Pauline today, 75.02 her best. Pauline over the finish, another 75, but it's slightly slower, 75.95. Brian Jackson in the 308 GTB. He's put in 3 runs all in the 72 second bracket. The best being his third run, 72.07. So can he sneak into the 71s? Brian over the finish, 72.06. It is quicker by 100th of a second. Into Farmhouse at the moment, it's John Swift. The 355 Berlinetta. John's best time, 75.91, was on run number 2. And it's a little bit slower this time, 76.93. John Kennedy out of Farmhouse Bend in the 360. John's best time is 68.09, and it's a 67.91, so that's his best time. Now, David Snelson, what can he do? Lying second at the moment with a 65.75. Has to find over a tenth of a second to go into the lead of the class, snatched the lead at the last minute from Steve Thompson. David Snelson on the grass, rotates, almost comes to a halt, and eventually gets through the finish with a 69.2, which, considering he almost did a 3-point turn at Quarry, is pretty good going. On the hill at the moment, 111, Rob Gretton. And Rob through the finish, 65.71. That's his best time today. And snatches the lead back from Josh. And I believe that that is the end of proceedings, ladies and gentlemen. We have completed our full set of time runs. So I'll do my usual. A great big huge thank you to all the men and women in orange who've made this day possible. Great day's motorsport organised by BARC Yorkshire Centre. We're going to be back again tomorrow for the British Hillclimb Championship meeting. If you can't make it, then have a safe journey home. We look forward to seeing you here at Harewood at some time in the future, if not tomorrow, at one of our other meetings this year. And this is Steve Wilkinson